Muted. I'd like to welcome everyone to the December 14th regular meeting of the San Francisco Ethics Commission. This meeting is being held by teleconference pursuant to the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 from the 12th supplement to the Memorial Proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency dated February 25th, 2020. Before we proceed further, I'd like to ask Commission Staff Member Ronald Contreras, who is acting as our moderator, to explain some procedures for today's remote meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minutes of this meeting will reflect that due to COVID-19 health emergency and to protect Commission members, city employees, and the public, the meeting rooms of City Hall are closed. However, Commission members and staff will be participating in today's meeting remotely. This precaution is taken in pursuant to the various local, state, and federal orders, declarations, and directives. Commission members will attend the meeting through video conference and participate in the meeting to the same extent as if they were physically present. Please note that today's meeting is being live cablecast on SF.gov TV and streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethics live. Once again, streamed live online at sfgovtv.org/ethics live. Public comment will be available on each item on this agenda. Each member of the public will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Comments or opportunities to speak during the public comment period are available via phone call by calling 1-415-655-0001. Again, the phone number is 1-415-655-0001. Access code is 146-619-6608. Again, 146-619-6608, followed by the pound sign, and then press pound again to join as an attendee. Please note to the members of the public that if you look up the global call numbers that have been updated on the agenda, there was a mistake on the agenda. If you are calling and you need access rather than the 415 number, please visit our website at sfethics.org. You will hear a beep when you are connected to the meeting. You will automatically be muted and in listening mode only. When your item of interest comes up, dial *3 to raise your hand and to be added to the public comment line. You will then hear you have raised your hand to ask a question. Please wait until the host calls on you. The line will be silent as you wait your turn to speak. Ensure you are in a quiet location. Before you speak, mute the sound of any equipment around you, including television, radio, or computer. It is especially important that you mute your computer if you are watching via the web link to prevent feedback and echo when you speak. When the system message says your line has been unmuted, this is your turn to speak. You will hear staff say, "Welcome, caller." You are encouraged to state your name clearly. As soon as you begin speaking, you will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you have changed your mind and wish to withdraw from public comment line, press *3 again. You will then hear the system say, "You have lowered your hand." Once your 3 minutes have expired, staff will thank you and mute you. You will hear your line has been muted. Attendees who wish to speak during other public comment periods may stay online and listen for the next public comment opportunity and should raise their hands to enter the public comment line by pressing *3 when their next item of interest comes up. Public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after the meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Once again, written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm so sorry. I will do that again after I've unmuted myself. I will call the meeting to order, and if I could ask the moderator to please proceed with item 1 and call the roll. Thank you.
Commissioners, please unmute your microphone so that you can verbally state your presence at today's meeting after your name is called. Chair Ambrose?
Present.
Commissioner Bush?
Present.
Commissioner Chu?
Present. I would like to note for the record and for those participants listening in that I have a conflict at 11:30 and will have to excuse myself from attending the meeting at that time at about 11:25, but I plan to return to the meeting at 12:30 at the conclusion of that meeting. My apologies in advance for missing out on that portion of the meeting.
Thank you,
Thank
Commissioner Chu. Vice Chair Lee,
Present.
Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Madam Chair, with 5 members present and accounted for, you have a quorum.
Thank you. I want to welcome everyone back to the remote commission meetings and hope that we have some public participation today. I know that hopefully we've all been reaching out to folks to encourage people to attend and participate in the Ethics Commission online or by telephone. I want to remind the commissioners that when you are not speaking, please turn off your microphone to avoid audio feedback. And with that, I want to call agenda item number 2, which is public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. Members of the public who are already online and wish to speak should now dial *3 if you've not already done so to be added to the public comment line. Moderator, can you please proceed with public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on agenda item number 2 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. If you joined the meeting earlier to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you have not already, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak, so it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the Commission as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue.
Thank you.
If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on agenda item number 2, public comments on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, I understand we're supposed to wait 90 seconds, or have you already waited 90 seconds?
Yeah, it was from the moment that because I'm keeping an eye on it. But if you want to wait a few more seconds, that's.
No, that's fine. If anybody pops in, feel free to interrupt me.
Okay.
I'll give everybody as much chance as possible. But with that, I'm going to hit the gavel and ask you to close agenda item number 2 and call agenda item number 3. Or actually, I'm going to call agenda item number 3, and that would be, sorry, losing my place here. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on consent calendar item number 3 remotely in this meeting.
That's me.
Yeah. Okay, hang on a minute. I need like a script assist here. Here we go. I'm not seeing. Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay, I'd like to call agenda item number 3 for the consent calendar draft minutes for November 13th, 2020 Ethics Commission regular meeting. If any member of the public intend to offer public comment for the consent item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Item 3 is on consent. This item is considered routine. If a commissioner objects, an item can be removed and considered separately. Does any commission member wish to sever any of the items from consent and call it for a separate discussion? Seeing none, then I would ask the Moderator, would you please proceed with public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics Commission is now receiving public comment on consent calendar item number 3 remotely in this meeting. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to provide public comment. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. If you joined the meeting earlier to listen to the proceedings, now is the time to get in line to speak. If you've not already done so, please press *3. It's important that you press *3 only once to enter the queue, as pressing it again will move you out of the public comment line and back into listening mode. Once you are in the queue and standing by, the system will prompt you when it's your turn to speak. So it's important that you call from a quiet location. Please address your comment to the commissioner as a whole and not to individual members. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any calls in the queue. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently taking public comment on consent calendar item number 3, draft minutes for November 13th, 2020 Ethics Commission regular meeting. If you have not already done so, press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you, moderator. With that, public comment on consent calendar item number 3 is now closed. Commissioners, do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the November 13th meeting?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. A second, please.
Second.
Thank you. And with that, moderator, can you please call the roll on the motion to approve the consent? Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bush, your hand is up, and I missed that. Please go ahead.
Two things. One is that I'd like to thank the people who prepared the minutes for including the links to go to SF.gov so they can see actual taping of the meeting that took place, including, I see in the minutes, links to specific sections of the minutes. The second issue I have question is, there are some things that are said in the course of the meeting and it says no action was taken. Is that because the agenda item was for information and did not allow us to have action? Because otherwise it gives the impression that issues just faded away rather than that it was under a category that didn't permit commissioners or others to make comments.
I think that the notation that no action was taken simply means that there was no vote. So, I mean, if you want, I suppose you could change it as like there was no vote. No vote was taken on this matter or something like that. Is that your...
If you look at our agenda at that in the minutes as well as in today's agenda, some items are saying presentation and others say presentation and potential action. So if the item just says presentation but does not say potential action, does that mean we're precluded from taking any action?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney. I have my guess on the answer to that question.
Hi, good morning. Deputy City Attorney Andrew Shen. Responding to your question, Commissioner Bush. Yes, if the item does not indicate that any action is an option for the commission, then it would simply be a discussion or informational item only. So how we tee it up on the agenda does circumscribe with the actions that the commission can take on an item.
And the importance of that is to let some member of the public know that while they could come back later and watch the informational presentation, but if it was calendared as a possible action item, then it would be important for them to participate in real time because the commission might move forward without having a second opportunity to vet that particular issue. So it is significant when you calendar it that way.
I think it's important to keep in mind that when the minutes are put down and it says there was no action, that it's because it was in a category that allowed no action. Otherwise, it just appears that a lack of interest in the topic, which may not be the case at all.
Okay.
That does not hold us up from going ahead and approving the minutes as they've been presented.
Right. No, I appreciate that. I think your perspective, I mean, I've, written agenda items that way for so long, it never occurred to me that anyone would think that that's what that meant. But yeah, I can talk with the executive director and think about how better to phrase that so that it's clear. But with that, then moderator, can you please call the roll?
We go. I guess it's my turn with the unmute. Yes, a motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Chair Ambrose.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you, commissioners. I'm going to now call agenda item number 4, action on proposed commission regular meeting schedule for the calendar year 2021. Can Executive Director Pelham, can you speak to this item, please?
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. This item, typically at this time of year, the commission puts forward a planned schedule for the coming calendar year so that it can be adopted and posted on the commission's website and circulated in other commission meeting materials as necessary. Last January 2020, you might recall that the commission approved a bylaws change to confirm that the commission would be meeting on second Fridays of each month as a regular meeting schedule, except in the case of a holiday or the unavailability of a televised meeting room. Of course, over the course of the past year with the shelter in place and the public health emergency orders limiting public gatherings, the commission resumed its monthly meetings in August remotely. And that for the foreseeable future is what we anticipate going forward until such time that the city gives a go ahead to begin meeting in public settings again, buildings. So this calendar that's proposed for you is still based on the second Friday of the month at 9:30. And we've indicated that it would be an online remote meeting. So if this is amenable to the commissioners, we would ask for your action on it today so that we can post and update our materials accordingly.
Moderator, would you please proceed with public comment? You're muted, Donald.
Okay, I think I'm going to need some more caffeine in me. Excuse me. Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 4, actions on proposed commission regular meeting schedule for calendar year 2021. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
All right, thank you very much. With that, public comment on agenda item number 4 is closed. And can I have a motion to adopt the schedule for the 2021 calendar? If, all right, Commissioner Bush, I have a motion. Commissioner Smith, I'll take that as a second. And if the moderator could then call the roll. Oh, wait, Commissioner Bush, you had a comment. I'm gonna keep checking your hand. You're muted, Commissioner Bush.
The February meeting is set for February 12th. And I was going to suggest that we look at a time more like the 26th on that particular month, because I think that in March, we're going to be putting out a report looking back at the 2020 election and doing an overview of campaign spending and so forth. And it's also about the same time as we use that as a basis for pursuing our budget request, the mayor's office. And so I was afraid that if we are not having a meeting until from February 12th to March 12th, that those incidences would fall between the chairs and that we should move the meeting on the 12th to the 26th so that we can capture everything that we need to have discussed amongst the commission.
I'm gonna defer to Executive Director Pelham. Is there anything about the calendar overall? And then I would ask the other commissioners, to the extent that you have memory of what you might be doing in February, you know, understanding that we will have another meeting in January, and if we need to make an adjustment, we could always recalendar this item. Although I don't know, there's a certain amount of advance notice that's required for this because of the bylaws, maybe? No? Okay.
No, if I might, Chair Ambrose, since there is not a bylaws change, there wasn't a 10-day notice required for this. If the commission were to adjust one of the days, you could do so with just simply adjusting that date within this calendar that you're adopting today.
Okay.
And we would note that. The one comment that I just wanted to make, or perhaps clarify with Commissioner Bush, it is typically the case that the budgets are due for submission roughly that second or third week of February. So if the commission were not to meet until the 26th, you would be meeting after our budget has been submitted in all likelihood, unless the schedule changes, and that of course could happen. We don't know at this point. But if the commission were to meet on the 12th, that would at least give the commission advance opportunity to see the budget submission before it is submitted. Again, assuming the past pattern is the practice we see going forward. So I just wanted to provide that context as well for your consideration.
Yes, that's important. Well, and to be honest with you, I mean, we could, if it's sort of a intensive need for it, we could calendar a brief special meeting at the end of February or March to address Commissioner Bush's concern, because I would not want to have the commission miss an opportunity to comment before you submit your budget to the mayor's office.
That's fine with me.
Won't be able to do that by January 8th, clearly. So thank you for that note. And then Commissioner Bush, we can keep an eye on this. If we need to, we can either do that or we can move up the March meeting so that, as you say, something doesn't fall between the chairs. I'm gonna, with that, then we have a motion and a second, correct, for this item. So I'm gonna ask the moderator to call the roll and make a note to keep an eye on this.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call roll. Commissioner Bush.
Yes.
Commissioner Chu.
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee.
Aye.
Commissioner Smith.
You're muted, Commissioner Smith.
Sorry. Aye.
Okay.
Chair Ambrose.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you for that. And then if we do have any public listeners, I want to advise you that we are going to take items out of order now. We are interested in having Commissioner Chu particularly participate in agenda item 7. And so we are going to temporarily skip over the presentation on Form 700 filing in agenda item 5 and agenda item 6. And I'm going to call agenda item 7, which is the discussion and possible action on an update regarding Ethics Commission responses to date to ongoing corruption allegations. And I'm going to ask Jeff Pierce of our staff to please make the presentation.
Chair Ambrose, if I might jump in for a moment, I wanted to just introduce the item and let you know we have a variety of staff members on. This is agenda item 7.
Okay, yeah, I wondered about that because I'm reading this script, which I clearly didn't ask you about. But please, Executive Director Pelham, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm here with actually the entire complement of our staff team who's contributed to the work in this area as well as to this memo. Our Director of Enforcement, Jeff Pierce, is here, as well as Jeff Zumwalt, one of our investigators, Pat Ford, our Senior Policy and Legislative Affairs Director. We also have Rachel Gage. We have Stephen Massey. We have a number of hands on deck that have been responding to the corruption scandal that we have seen continuing to emerge over 2020. And we thought both in conversation with the chair and noting that this is the end of a calendar year that has been dramatic on so many fronts, we thought it would be helpful to provide an update for you and as well as the public about the kinds of activities that the Ethics Commission's engaged in across the range of our work in response to the allegations that we have seen continuing to unfold or unravel over the course of the past year. As you know, just at the end of November, since our last commission meeting, most recently, new charges were revealed with a public announcement of the then director of the city's Public Utilities Commission allegedly taking bribes in charge with fraud. He subsequently resigned his position, but this is just the latest of a number of very alarming headlines and troubling work. We know from the city attorney's office, from the controller's office, as you've heard from reports that they've done over the last several months, the public integrity reports that the controller's office has been at our commission meetings to present you with information about. There is much work going on in the city to dig further to understand whether there are practices or policies or laws that need to be strengthened to prevent this kind of activity, if true, from happening again. And so, as you know, from conversations that we've had over the last several months, there are a number of approaches ongoing from a policy perspective, making sure we're digging into our government ethics laws to see what needs to be changed and strengthened, what kind of outreach might need to be strengthened. We have some very, very strong views on that. And also work that the enforcement staff is doing. Obviously, because of charter mandates, which we take very seriously and abide by in practice and in our words, ethics commission investigations are always conducted confidentially. We also don't comment on whether we're undertaking an investigation or not, which can often be frustrating to the public and others because you want to know what is the Ethics Commission doing investigatively to bring people to account for their actions. If the law and the facts find that there is a violation of the law that's in our jurisdiction. But we take those confidentiality requirements very seriously, and we don't comment on whether we're investigating or not. Because we do want to protect the due process interests of potential respondents and, importantly, make sure that the public can have confidence and respondents can have confidence that the Ethics Commission is fair, neutral, and objective in all matters involving any kind of administrative enforcement that it might take. So that stems from whether I, as your probable cause hearing officer, may make a determination about whether probable cause exists to believe that somebody violated a law within our jurisdiction. That also speaks to your determination as a body in public session about whether or not somebody actually violated the law, and by taking either an action to agree to a settlement agreement or to hold a hearing on the merits and determine whether a violation of the law actually existed. Now, we also know that there are public documents that have been issued. And so, our investigative staff that, like others, are looking at those documents and combing over them extensively to see where there might be indications of things that we should be spending our investigative time on. So what we wanted to do with this memo was to just provide an overview of the range of activities, the kinds of things that we're doing, and help identify where we're going over the course of the year in this work. We know that there are significant changes that we think should be happening in our own work. As you look at each of the areas of this report, you'll see that there is a position almost in every single area, if not every area, a job vacancy that we have, I'll talk about later, but it's, we've identified these positions, we're able to backfill them, and those positions are critical to help ensure that we're doing the work that we need to do in each of these areas. So just wanted to highlight for you that the memo is here. I won't go through each section, but I just wanted to let you know that we do have staff on deck should you have any specific questions for us about any of these approaches or others. We know that this is going to be a significant continuing work in our lens, in our field of vision over the next year and going forward. And we very much want to make sure that you and others are aware of the work and confident in the work that we are doing with whatever resources we have. And once we have additional resources, we expect to be bringing even more to you. So let me pause there. I'm happy to answer any questions, or again, our staff leads are here as well to speak to something more specifically if that is helpful to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the excellent staff report on this item. It was really helpful to have the whole litany of tools that are available to you, the work that you've done, our sort of program for moving forward as more information becomes available, as the criminal investigations proceed, et cetera. So I really commend that to anyone in the public who might be listening to take a look at that. And I'm going to then open it up to commissioner comments. This is a presentation and possible action item, but before, if there is any action, at some point, I definitely want to go to public comment before we formulate any motions, if we could. So any commissioners have questions or comments before I jump in? I don't see any hands, so I'm going to start actually. I mean, and I don't know, Leanne, if you wanted each one of your staff to specifically speak to the work that they're doing, but the question that I have, while some of the matters that are in this panoply of corruption scandals are indictments, there are, I believe, at least 4 individuals who've pled guilty, and I don't know what the formal term is, but I would say cut a deal. And in those instances, given that they've pled guilty, I think we're a lot freer to move forward with any enforcement action on violations that are encompassed by their particular activities that they pled guilty to the extent that they do involve. I realize that none of these people were former city officials. These are all private contractors, right? All 4 of them were outside private parties, so they might not have been a subject to, say, Form 700 filing, et cetera. But anyway, that's just my note that if there are violations of city law and
It's Larry Bush for Gavin.
Commissioner Bush, you're not muted.
Thank you.
Anyway, that's my note, and I know you're already scouring the disclosure information that we have available to look at those points.
We are, and I would just again say that to the extent that there are matters that we do identify that are actionable and the commission we think should be taking action on, we would bring those matters for you in a different setting, agendized specifically for that. I would also comment, one of the things that I think is also helpful to underscore is when we're talking with colleagues out in the civic organizations or in the press. Pat Ford is somebody who regularly handles those communications. There is a lot of work that goes on to helping identify tools that can exist to help factually report on or understand the kinds of disclosure reports that we're seeing, because one of the things we recently did was update our homepage banner that tries to direct the public who might be interested in these tools to the place where they can go in one stop on our website to see the kinds of disclosures that city officials are required to make under existing law. And though the laws may not be perfect, we are working to strengthen those, as you all know. The disclosure, there's a strong appetite for understanding this information, particularly at a time when these kinds of allegations are unfolding in the press. And so to be able to have the information in sort of one straightforward place for the public, and then to be able to, when reporters or the public is calling to find out what does this mean, to be able to have somebody walk them through that information is something we take seriously as well, because we do think it's critical to have access to that information, otherwise it's meaningless. And it's also critical to be able to understand it. So we take that role very seriously. So that's something that doesn't get a lot of headlines, or if any, but it's an ongoing tool and an ongoing focus of our work that we want to try and be a resource for, so that people can have accurate information so that they can be empowered also to help officials be held accountable.
Yes, and I do want to thank you. I appreciate the change that you made. I guess you and Stephen and company made to the webpage to call out to the public how best to get to the disclosure, and then also in the staff report, the explanation of the open data SF and how for those of us who are not as technically savvy as some computer geniuses, how it's easier to get to a page and to view collectively information about a particular set of public officials and what their reporting has been. So I really appreciate that. And I think today that Tyler is going to give us what I really appreciate, which is a kind of a hands-on demonstration of what these web pages look like and how you click through them to get into the nitty-gritty, because it is fascinating. I mean, I think Commissioner Bush, maybe some of you other longer veterans of the commission are more facile with that, but it's incredible how much information is available. I took a walk through the major developer disclosure because of my longstanding work with the planning and land use and development departments in the city, and there's a lot of information there. It was really helpful just to see whatever who's active and so on, and how they interact with nonprofit organizations that they make donations to, et cetera. So I really appreciate those sort of tutorials. I'm going to see now, because I've got Commissioner Chu and Commissioner Bush. So Commissioner Chu, if you would please take the mic.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I want to thank staff for this very, very helpful overview of the efforts that the Commission is undertaking to address the ongoing corruption issues that we have underway here in the city. And so it seems to me that there are three prongs of this approach, and that they are, on the policy front, we are looking at new laws and regulations to address gaps in the regulatory scheme that governs in this area. And the second is the enforcement of current laws. And then the third is around engagement and compliance to educate and on city obligations and working to really help build a culture of compliance. And so in thinking about those, I think on the enforcement front, and we are bound by confidentiality, and so we can't talk, in specifics about what's happening, but I think that there's an opportunity to plant a flag in the ground in terms of what is important to the Ethics Commission, because I think laws and regulations are only going to be as strong as the enforcement that follows them. And if you think about speed limits. If speed limits are not enforced, people can drive 5, 10, 15, 20 miles over the limit with impunity. I think they may continue to do that if it's convenient for them. And so in the absence of strong enforcement action, the behavior doesn't change. So I think that that's one area. And, a particular concern to me, and I understand that there's a pandemic continuing to rage, and the DSW obligations fall on all departments within the city. But it is of concern to me that 1/3 of our enforcement division has been seconded, to help out in this emergency. And so my question is there a way to shift that responsibility to others, to share the load within the department to be able to free up more resources within the enforcement department to be able to get at this really critical work? I think that, anecdotally, when I see on, for example, next door, there will be in the neighborhood people who post the stories about the recent allegations coming out of the PUC. And again, it's just sort of like a shrug and an eye roll. It's like, oh yeah, all those corrupt politicians, all those corrupt city workers. And, what can be done? Well, basically nothing. And I think that is one, unfortunate, and I think two, I don't think that necessarily has to be true. And so I think that, more broadly, I think the question, and I'd like to, have a discussion and hear from staff, like how do we, and without directing enforcement priorities, but I think that enforcement actions can send a message about what the Ethics Commission thinks is important, what the Ethics Commissions are, is going to say, like this is, we're going to plant our flag here, and these are the things that we're going to go after because it's not okay. And I don't know if we have done that in this instance. And obviously this takes time, but I also think that the time is a double-edged sword. We need the time to be able to conduct an investigation, but these things are unfolding and continuing to unfold now, in 2020, it's going to bleed into 2021. And for there to be an investigation and and some announcement about it in 2020, and, further down, then the enforcement becomes attenuated from the violation. And I think the enforcement becomes not reduced, but I think that the impact can be blunted. So that's like one observation. And then the second would be around compliance and engagement, because we have a current set of laws already regarding gifts and travel and disclosure. And so, so again, this goes back to enforcement. It's how do we currently enforce the laws that we have already on the books, and what do we need to add? So I think that it's important to keep a twin focus, both on the longer term about what needs to improve, but also what we have in our current tool set to be able to bring to bear. And then the culture and compliance piece, and I would really love to hear more about what we're doing in this area, because the whole phrase, see something, say something, is, what is our sense of that within the culture of the city? Is it, are people simply just, I'm going to keep my head down and do my own thing, or we don't know what the right thing is, and if we see something, we're not sure if it's right or wrong. So I'd like to get a better understanding. I don't know if we know the answer to that question, but I think that can help inform the work that we do as compliance efforts in terms of outreach, because compliance comes when people know what the rules are, and what the consequences are for obeying or not obeying them, and know who to go to if they have questions, and feel safe, like being able to do that. And so as we think about this, like how do we, as an ethics commission tasked with helping to create ethical culture, we can't do it by ourselves, obviously, because there is the tone at the top, which many of the reports have identified as having a poor tone at the top. And culture is everything. I mean, we can have we have laws, and rules and regulations on the books already about gifts and travel. And they weren't followed, as evidenced by the allegations, not proven yet, but these are the allegations that there were restrictions on gifts, there were restrictions on travel, but the allegations are that these city officials did not follow them. And so how did that come to be? And how do we fix that? Because we can add more laws, and we can have enforcement actions, but if the people who are subject to those laws and subject to those regulations do not care to follow them or choose not to follow them, then there will continue to be violations. And so in the corporate world, people always said culture eats strategy for breakfast every single time. That change is really, really hard. And so I think that we can add more laws, but if in the absence of a culture of compliance, it's going to become very difficult, I think, to turn the ship of city to become more compliant. And so I would really like to hear from Ms. Gage, if she's available, to talk about like what the plan would be. I mean, I know we don't have any resources in this year's budget, but and so the question would be, from an overarching strategic standpoint, what would be the approach to build a culture of compliance here in San Francisco? If we had ethics at work, because I think training is only the first step. And then second is, what can we do, in this year of reduced budget and resources until we get to that point of having more money and funds and hopefully people to be able to do this work. How do we bridge it until we can get to that place and still make headway? And how do we measure whether or not we have been effective? And I know that's a lot.
Commissioner Chu, if I might just a couple of responses, and then I would love to obviously hear from Rachel and Jeff and others on the staff chiming in as well. But you mentioned a number of things, and I want to confirm, the idea about enforcement as a way to help change culture. I couldn't agree more. We all agree that is essential to help capture people's attention and help people know where the guardrails are very strong and exist. So that's something in terms of prioritizing our work to accomplish a focus on those places where the public trust is most damaged by officials making decisions or taking actions that absolutely gut the public trust. That is something that is top on our radar from all of the work that the commission and the staff has been doing over the past year. So, like culture change, that does take time. I'm not sure I want to say that I smiled, but there was a certain aha moment when you're reading the latest charges that came out on November 30th, that they related to behaviors allegedly that took place in 2016. So, in some ways it is a sad reminder that to unearth or to detect bad behavior, if it's happening, it doesn't necessarily come quickly. Now, that's not an excuse, and that is not a reason to take any feet off the gas pedal. It's a reason to keep them there. So, we've been doing that work and putting those measures in place as we speak. So I think that's important to underscore. The notion of doing outreach and how we address the tone at the top, absolutely, those are steps we have to be taking now. We can't wait for ethics at work to be implemented. We don't know if we're going to have funding for that kind of broader work. But one of the things that Rachel's team has worked on is putting out a behested notice reminder. So to all elected officials, all board and commission members, and to those department heads who are now subject to the mayoral executive directive that was issued a number of weeks ago, requiring department heads to also disclose behested payments. That is something that will be going out, I believe, today to that audience to remind people about, in a very short, but concise way. Here's what you need to know. Here's how you need to do it. And here's where the public disclosures are available. And so that's the sort of thing that we have on our radar to keep doing as relevant as possible so that those issues are in front of people when they most need them, if they're doing behested payments, fundraising at the end of the year. So we hear those needs and we are responding to those. I'll pause there, but I just wanted to provide some of that context because there are a number of ways where the work that we're doing is exactly on point to what you're describing. And as you know very well, changing culture is something that takes relentless focus and effort. And in my view, it's not just a question of new rules, as you said, for detecting behavior or for prohibiting behavior, because no amount of rules sometimes will stop people from taking a bad decision or taking a bad action. But it is also important to be able to, I think, come alongside of staff people, employees who are in those processes to help them know that we are relevant and that we can be helpful to them in making good decisions and support them in making good decisions, because I don't know how many people are comfortable saying something when they see something. I think that is a culture change that is very long embedded in the city, that all of us have a very important hand to play a role in dealing with that. So that's something that I think we're going to get a better handle on the more we're out in departments. But we have to figure out, and we are figuring out what we can do now. We can't wait for a grand plan, because we'll be losing too much time, and I think bad things can take root if we're not on top of it. So we're doing what we can as we bring new staff on board as well. But let me see if Jeff has anything more to add, or if Rachel or Pat Ford or Stephen want to add anything about the work that's ongoing that from their perches.
Oh, and I just would like to add, Director Pelham, that the work that Stephen Massey and his team, and in particular, I know Tyler Field has done a tremendous job in making that all the data accessible. I think that is absolutely critical to create transparency and to make it accessible to journalists and to everyday San Francisco citizens to be able to understand, well, how much money is my elected official receiving, and from whom, and where is it going, and who are they fundraising on behalf of, and how are they directing those funds? Another linchpin.
Through the chair, if I may, and thank you, Director Pelham and Commissioner Chu for the question. As this item notes, our division meets weekly with a number of counterparts within the city family, including the Controller's Office, the City Attorney's Office, and the District Attorney's Office. We also note both here and in the enforcement report, which we have noted in an ongoing way that the Commission adopted a couple of years ago, this parallel proceedings policy, which basically governs instances where our office shares concurrent jurisdiction with other offices. And we've had conversation with the Commission in the past, in the recent past, about what we might view as a kind of hierarchy of enforcement, given the three kinds of liability being criminal, civil, and administrative. So as we evaluate which matters to bring before the Commission in that overall context, we are frequently thinking about the finite number of resources within the city writ large, and whether it sometimes makes sense for the district attorney solely to pursue a criminal prosecution, or the city attorney solely to pursue a civil litigation. Similarly here with the feds bringing a number of matters of their own, as we think about the discretionary factors that we brought before the Commission, I think last August, a couple of those factors are, one would be the severity of the allegations, and certainly what we're seeing from the U.S. Attorney's Office are extraordinarily severe allegations. But another of the factors that we contemplate in deciding about how to exercise our discretion is the impact of a Commission decision. So collectively, we have to think about, although you're absolutely right, Commissioner Chu, that absent enforcement, the laws lack teeth. Delayed enforcement can mean both diminished punitive value and diminished deterrent value. But I would appreciate feedback from the Commission about what role you think we might play. So by that, I mean, part of our work so far has been to evaluate, obviously, do the allegations that are coming forward from the U.S. Attorney's Office or concurrently from the city attorney's office or the controller's office, identify potential violations of the campaign and governmental conduct code? The answer to that is obviously yes. But some of those violations are identical to violations being brought by the U.S. attorney, or identical to violations that the city attorney may pursue in plea deals or settlement agreements of its own. And so the feedback that I would seek from the commission would be, does the commission wish for the enforcement division to apply enforcement resources to duplicating liability that's been identified by other offices, or would the commission prefer that we identify liability, so to speak, around the edges of what those offices are already pursuing? So to see what the broader scope of liability might be, and not to duplicate resources, but to focus our own resources on the conduct that has not been directly addressed by other offices to date. I would also invite Senior Investigator Jeff Zumwalt, who is with us in this meeting, to jump in at any time that he wishes to. He has paid especially close attention to everything that's coming out as the public corruption scandal unfolds, and may have ideas of his own. But I would invite that feedback from commissioners.
Mr. I think that's a really critical question, for the commission to discuss, and I'm not sure what the jump into it now, or I see that others have also raised their hands, but I do think that we'd like to get to that today.
If I can,
Sure.
It is a really important question, Jeff, but I do think that when we get to that, we're going to need to speak a little more specifically about the particular violation. Yes, of course, we don't want to do anything in terms of our investigation that's going to interfere with a federal criminal investigation. For example, interrogating somebody and letting them know something that might interfere with the investigation that the federal government or the DA is doing. But there are other aspects, like what I was raising before, for people who've already pled guilty to the federal charges. If there are layered violations of local law, there's nothing about the federal case that precludes the Ethics Commission from pursuing it. But I don't want to get too far down into that specific request. When we come back on your item on enforcement, maybe we can address that again more specifically in the context of streamlining and how you prioritize your work. Because Commissioner Chu and Director Pum had raised so many issues, I want to try and come back to some of the points that we were focusing on with respect to culture and sort of, do people know the rules, or are they just not encouraged to comply with them? And just also want to say that in my 34 years in city government, the vast majority of civil servants are extremely ethical individuals who do regularly seek out advice from the city attorney's office, and I'm sure from the Ethics Commission, to make sure that what they're doing is what they're supposed to be doing. I also think that in some departments, more than others, there is a culture of going along to get along that is problematic and radically needs to be addressed, 10 years ago. So there is no one size fits all. It's not a question of the entire city, like the things, as you're pointing out, Commissioner Chu, that we see on Nextdoor. Well, they're all like that, or, oh, it's government, what do you expect? That I want to have some discussion about how we can counter that impression, because God, if everyone thinks that that's just the way it is, then how are we to expect our city employees who would potentially be speaking up in an environment where retaliation was, a very real concern of theirs, if they think that everybody just figures, if you work for government that you're crooked. So anyway, but before I go off on my own issues and concern, I do want to recognize, I'm going to go just down my list, and Commissioner Lee, you have your hand up, and then Commissioner Bush, so we can hear some other viewpoints and then come back to the staff and then come to public comment.
Since Commissioner Bush had his hands up before me, I could.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Commissioner Bush, then.
Hi, thank you very much.
Commissioner Bush, I'm sorry, this is Ronald. I sorry, can you just hold on 1 second? Chair Ambrose, just be aware that your microphone, it seems like it's very, that's, when you're talking and the movement is actually, it's rubbing against you and it's
Okay.
making some feedback. So just be aware of that.
Got it. I will
Thank you.
adjust it somehow.
I do apologize, Commissioner Bush. Please continue.
You may be hearing from me and my dog at the same time. The thing that I'm struck by with this report, first of all, I want to say my congratulations to the entire staff for the thoroughness of the report and its opportunity for us to review a broad spectrum of issues. It seems to me that a lot of it comes back to the question of resources. The issues that need to be dealt with are issues beyond the capacity of the staff and the budget that we currently have. And I would like to put that into highlights in both the minutes that get recorded and in the way we respond. For example, the budget analyst, the BLA report that was given to the Board of Supervisors the other day included a chart that showed how long it takes for an investigation to be completed according to the type of it is, whether it's campaign finance or ethics laws and so forth. And all of them took between 2 and 3 years. Sometimes that's because we have rigged the system so that it doesn't get acted on. For example, I noticed that City Attorney Dennis Herrera put on the record, quote, "For 10 years, Nauru's questionable ethics and repeated misappropriation of taxpayer dollars didn't seem to merit a slap on the wrist." Well, it didn't merit a slap on the wrist because the only person who had the authority to do anything about it was the mayor who had appointed him. Because, in fact, there was a detailed report done by the city attorney's office. There was actions done by members of the board, but all of those were forwarded on to the mayor for his decision to act, and he chose not to act. And so there was not a whole lot that could be done about any of that. One of the things that you wrote at the beginning of this report was that the mandate for the commission is the enforcement division is charged with ensuring fair, thorough, and timely investigations and case outcomes. Well, 2 to 3 years for a resolution is not timely. That takes you right into the middle of the next election season, or even for supervisors who run once every 4 years. So if we're going to address any of this, we're going to have to address issues of staffing and budget. I don't see any way to get around it. The rest of it is just whistling past the graveyard. I have a lot of other comments I could make, but I think that sets the tone of where I'm going with it.
Yeah, I think we all share the concern that both the DSW work allocation that the Ethics Commission staff have borne, as well as, obviously budget concerns that we had this past year, and I'm sure are going to be much more aggravated in the year ahead. It is.
What I'm looking for, though, is something that's very specific, not just a blanket statement about we don't have enough resources. For example, Director Pelham, in a report to the commission a few months ago pointed out a list of things that were not going to be able to be done with our current budget. I think we can take that and go item by item. For example, of the people who are now facing criminal charges, 6 of them were filing Form 700s. Have we ever done an audit of the Form 700 filings? Do we have the staff to do that? I don't think we do. I haven't never seen anybody faulted for anything other than not getting their report in on time. But I certainly have never seen anybody take an action that they failed to include a disclosure that was required.
Yeah, I've always not really fully understand how you would audit that. I mean, obviously, if somebody's taking an illegal bribe, even if you audit them, they're not gonna say, oh, did I forget to mention that illegal gift that I got from a restricted source? I mean, they're just not going to do that. I actually think that what we should do.
Excuse me, but there are things that they do have to report. They have to report travel. You can't get around the fact that travel is not being reported and is taking place. They have to report other positions they hold, which receive economic compensation. For example, Nauru had other positions for which he received separate compensation. None of those were reported on his documents. And all of those things are things that require legwork to go through and see.
Okay, I don't want to get into the detail. I'm not sure that Nauru did have other compensation for those governmental roles that he had on the Transportation Authority or the rate setting functions. But in any event, I mean, I definitely agree with you that in terms of, especially as we moved into the Form 700 filing publicly, universally among all Form 700 filers online, that having more audit capacity there, will be great. And I think we are going to have a presentation later on this meeting on Form 700. I totally agree with you. Having more money for staff and doing more compliance and enforcement work would be key. And given that we're not probably going to get all the money and staff that we need, figuring out what we do in the meantime. Excuse me. I do want to move things along because we're going to, if we have any public out there wanting to weigh in on this item, we're going to lose them. So Commissioner Lee.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I too want to thank the staff for a really thorough report. I think I agree with everything that's been said. I think we have a honor system based on what Commissioner Chu has mentioned, the three-pronged approach. It was based on the honor system that we all embrace a ethical culture for the city, and a vast majority of us do embrace that. So the challenge for us is how do we identify and have an active enforcement, oversight, audit, whatever you want to call it, on the few bad apples who abuse the system. And it seems like we need to look at how do we strengthen what we already have, the current tool that we have, because resources are going to be continue to be limited. And I think that we're going to have some discussion on the temporary worker reassignment later on when the executive director makes her report. And I would like to, have us discuss on near-term and long-term steps that we can take right now to, number one, look at what we have, and more importantly, to really restore the public confidence. The next door, our friends, we hear it, the last few months. It's like, what do you expect? It is what it is. And it is hard to say it is not what it is, and it is not what it should be. So a couple of questions that I have is, number one, on the 700 filing. It's true, like after they file it, we're supposed to do auditing. My understanding is, but again, with the limited resources, there's no way that you can audit every piece of reporting. And again, that filing is based on an honor system. If I choose not to report that, I just had a wonderful dinner, from somebody, who's to know, right? So again, there's an honor system. So how do you entice the reportee to put in all the information? Is it through a carrot stick situation? What kind of stick do we have? What kind of stick are people afraid of? So that's number one in terms of the 700 filing. And the second question I have is, I think I asked whether the city is expanding permit expediters and other folks to be in a different category. Right now, they don't have to report on much of anything, but the work is essentially that of a lobbyist. So we do have lobbyist rules. They do have to report. They do have to file paperwork before the commission. And since they're doing essentially the similar work, they're working on behalf of a client or clients, I would love us to really pursue expanding or requiring, what do they call it, permit expediters, go-betweens to help people who want to do business in the city, whatever it is, that there needs to be some kind of a oversight similar to that of city lobbyists. And Commissioner Chu mentioned about, this whole culture of see something, say something, or whether you want to just go along just to get along. I think it goes to the whole idea of, if you say something, are you going to be the nail that sticks up? And I go back to the whistleblower program that we have. I was a little disappointed when the staff was reporting the numbers of whistleblower calls to the commission. I would have expected a spike after all these horrific stories came out. I would have expected more people to call in, because again, they're the ones in the front line. They will know, hey, who's bringing in the bottle of wine, who went on a nice trip, with somebody. But if they don't feel that we have a system that they could feel secure enough to call in to make a complaint or call for attention, then we do have a problem, because they are the key. We cannot monitor all the staff, but people who are working along with the Noros of the world, they will know. They would be the one who could step up. But if they don't feel comfortable, if they don't feel that we have a system that protect them from further harassment or possibly losing a promotion, even the job, then they're not going to come forward. So I would love to have not just us, but again, and engage with the stakeholder communities to really look at how we can strengthen those areas, the engagement, the enforcement, and the policies of the world. And going to just one more thing about engagement. I'm still learning about how to navigate all the reporting requirements and everything else. And for the public, it's good to say that, hey, they file 700 forms, they can do this and that. But I would love to see our public engagement to extend to a broader stakeholder community, the folks who may not be our natural stakeholders, like the lobbyists, the political consultants, and what have you, but the other folks who are everything that we do affect them. So for instance, when we do the 700 reports, when they do whatever, I would love to see us not just to put the information on a website, hey, these are the things that people have to report, but go out to talk to our stakeholders and say, hey, these are the people who are required to file the 700s. These are the things that they're required to put in. So it's part of the education process to engage our community, that they will know that, hey, here are some of the things that may be a loophole, but let's have a discussion on how to close those loopholes. So the whole idea is, yes, we have limited resources, but let's use the limited resources in the maximum way to address the near-term and long-term objective to really rebuild the public trust in not just the commission's work, but also the city's ethical culture environment.
And mute here for a minute. One thing that occurs to me that maybe staff could look into, regardless of what happens with the indictments, we do have 3 department head positions in the city where the department head resigned. Department of Public Works, Department of Building Inspection, and the SFPUC. There's an appointment process for those positions, and if we wanted to influence the tone at the top, the manner in which those positions are vetted and selected, and the directive that individual gets as they take over the helm of departments which have been roiled by these allegations of corruption, I think is really something to reflect upon, because it's something that the Board of Supervisors doesn't have a role in. The mayor, with our strong mayoral government, subject to separation of legislative power between the commissions and the Board of Supervisors, we still we have an opportunity potentially through legislation to set policy. We could ask, for example, for, in the same way that when presumably an ethics department staff is onboarded, we could ask for an opportunity to sit with the new individuals in those positions and give them individual and intensive training and sort of education about the culture that we want to see established in the, so those are immediate things that we might be able to do for at least the 3 departments where we know there's significant concern. So I want to see, everybody's hand is still up. I really would like to see if we have any public commenters in the queue, in deference to them sitting out there for half an hour if they did want to comment. So, Mr. Moderator, if you could please see if there's any public comment.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those who are, hold on, please. For those of you already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 7, discussion and possible action on updates regarding Ethics Commission responses to date to ongoing corruption allegations. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by.
Chair Ambrose and others, if in the event that my video goes off, I'm having some bandwidth challenges here, as I've got 2 kids who are also on the same network doing online school. So I may need to turn off my video in order to not lose connection entirely.
Fine, that's fine. We'll note that your name is there.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, we have no callers in the queue.
Okay, with that, public comment on agenda item number 7 is closed. And I don't know if the commissioners have any specific motions or actions that they want to recommend. I think that this is going to be a continuing agenda item for our review and discussion. I think Director Pelham is usually pretty good at picking up the threads of our various ideas and turning them into action and direction. So, but if anyone did have a motion that they wanted to offer, now would be the time. Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick question to the Executive Director, which is something that we sort of alluded to regarding the 700 audit. Is there, because we are required to do auditing, right, for the 700. So is there any way that you can, I would say, select, but is there any way that the staff can focus on a certain area of 700? So for instance, we have identified certain departments that has a lot more public contact. Is there any way that you can like prioritize the auditing of the 700s within the rule of law?
Yeah, just to thank you for the question, Commissioner Lee. Just to clarify a couple of things, I do think it's important to be clear about when we say audit versus a facial review. The requirement under the law is that that agencies conduct facial reviews. I think it's 20%, and that's the requirement. I do want to manage expectations when we use the language about audits, because an audit, to me at least, conveys that there is some sort of further assessment and research of, say, the interests that have been reported and verifying whether or not those in fact are the interests that people have. So just to distinguish those for a moment, the facial review, I can tell you that is something that, again, in the wake of what we've been reading about, our staff, we will be paying particularly close attention to the kinds of issues we've been reading about and using that to inform how we proceed with facial reviews of documents in the coming year following the Form 700 filings by elected officials, board and commission members, and department heads. The 3,500 other folks in the departments who still file on paper, this will be the segue to the next item when you hear from Rachel Gage and to walk through sort of the work that's going to be, that's putting that program in place. But we will be paying attention to these issues, and I think we have to, it's incumbent on us to have to look at those in a different way than we have in the past. What's going to be absolutely critical, to Commissioner Bush's point, is having that audit manager role filled. If we do not have that audit manager and compliance review manager role filled, it's going to be impossible for us to do everything that we're talking about. So again, I'm going to leave that open until the executive director's report for news on that front. But yes, the short answer is we do need to be doing that. We do need to be being mindful of the kinds of issues we've been seeing, and we have to have that with a very focused view with the resources we have to try and do better on that front this coming year. And Chair, you're muted.
Thank you. I see Commissioner Chu's hand is up, and since you only have a few more minutes, and then I'll go to Commissioner Bush.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. My limited time here, I just wanted to make a couple observations, and I actually have a question for you, Chair Ambrose. Given the limited resources and finite resources that we have in this current fiscal year, and the uncertainty about receiving additional resources in the upcoming budget discussions, and in my mind, the critical nature of the compliance work that we do is one of the things that we have in our control, and how we deploy. And so I would actually appreciate hearing briefly from Rachel Gage, Ms. Gage, in terms of what would be, given the resources that we have, the most effective way to deploy them, and that given her work to date, does she have a sense of the receptiveness of the city community to the work that we are doing? What are the challenges that she sees? And obviously, resources, would help, but what is the landscape that we're facing out there? And that if we do deploy, is she optimistic that we could gain traction? And I think Commissioner Lee made a really great point, because the alleged corruption did not happen in a vacuum. And that while these major players were taking the trips and receiving the gifts and not reporting them, but there are people around those major figures who had seen the trip and are responsible probably for helping prepare expense reports and other reporting. And so there are opportunities if there is a culture of whistleblowing, and I think it's an important data point that Commissioner Lee brought in, that despite these allegations that have surfaced and the arrests and the guilty pleas, the number of calls to the Ethics Commission did not go up, right? To say, I saw something. And so I think it would be helpful for us to have to hear from Ms. Gage on what she sees as the opportunities and the challenges ahead in the compliance work.
Okay, before we do that, I'm going to give Commissioner Bush an opportunity to respond to my query as to whether or not anyone had a specific motion that they want to make, and then I'm happy to invite Ms. Gage to respond to your question. Commissioner Bush.
Yes, the motion I would like to make is for the staff to prepare for the commission's use a list of outstanding issues and with benchmarks and timetables for action on them. For example, at the last meeting, the Controller's Office said that there are currently no requirements that would prohibit a debarred or suspended contractor from making contributions or making behest payments or paying for travel. You would be barred if you were still a contractor, but if you were suspended and not contracting, then apparently the door is open for you to go ahead and do it, which is just preposterous. The same thing goes that the BLA report called for action on an audit for lobbyists, which has not happened. So if you could create a list of the specific steps that were outlined in either the BLA report or the controller's proposals or the stuff that's come from the commission with a timetable and a deadline for action on each of those items. Even if you wanted, using the policy priority calendar, to say, here is, in February, we will do this, in March, we will do that. That will give us a sense that things are moving forward. I say this because of my experience working in the mayor's office, where in 1990, we had major discussions about changing the culture at the police department. And that's been 30 some years. And we're still talking about changing the culture in the police department. Because you need to have specific benchmarks and timetable for action. You can't just say that we're going to do this and outline in broad terms what that means.
Thank you, Commissioner Bush, for that comment. I just would note that in the report, I think on number 9, we plan to bring a report in January back to the Commission with an update on the BLA items, and happy to include that detailed information for you so that you have a sense of the momentum that is in fact happening. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna, if I can, because we're, my mute, no, okay. We are gonna run out of time for Commissioner Chu to hear Rachel Gage speak to the issue that Commissioner Chu raised. So I would like to just detour to that so we get to get that.
I was making a motion. Did I get a second? And is there a vote on it?
I'm sorry, I thought your motion, if it's okay, your motion is still pending on the floor, and we're going to come back, and if it's all right with you.
All right. I just need to clarify. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, no, it's still, I should have said that. I'm going to just defer discussion and action on your motion. It's just that it's 11:10, and I did want to give Rachel a chance to speak to the question that Commissioner Chu asked, and then we'll come back to our item or the motion. Rachel, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Chu. Excuse me, Commissioner Chu. Good to see you all this morning. And thank you so much for your question. Great question. And I can tell you that, in the Engagement and Compliance Division, we have a unique opportunity to interface with our regulated community quite a bit. Obviously, we wear the hat as advice givers, but also in our filing officer capacity. And so we are, currently tracking, the types of advice questions that we get, and also looking to evaluate and track the types of discrepancies and issues that we are seeing with filings, and looking for trends and opportunities to further educate our stakeholders. And in that, because of the role we're in, we are consistently sending out different types of reminders, compliance information, educational correspondence to the regulated community for matters of, different filing deadlines that are coming up, and also to remind them consistently of their obligations, both reporting obligations and also the rules that support those requirements. And so currently we are looking for opportunities to expand our targeted outreach and to consolidate those opportunities as well. To give you an example, we obviously on a monthly basis reach out to lobbyists, for instance, for an example. And so we're consistently looking for opportunities to also educate lobbyists on other requirements or laws that may apply to them, and consolidate those efforts. Executive Director Pelham mentioned the behested payments correspondence that we have going out this afternoon. That is also an opportunity for us to look for opportunities to remind supervisors, elected officials, those officials and department heads now as a result of the mayor's directive, of their obligations under behested payments reporting, but also to remind them of their gift rules and so forth. And so we are developing and always looking for opportunities to expand our educational resource library, which consists of guides and fact sheets and so forth, and attach those to those email correspondence that go out. So again, always looking to expand and utilize our opportunities where we're actually have very targeted email correspondence and outreach going out, and to at the very least remind folks of their obligations, but also to kind of initiate conversations. Unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity right now due to staffing issues to to have those in-depth conversations with different departments, those departments who may have specific duties or job responsibilities that could impose additional opportunities to perhaps engage in potentially unlawful activity, and to understand what those job duties entail, and look for opportunities to kind of customize our training and our discussions with those departments. And that's what we would be looking to do through Ethics at Work, I think, is to just sit down and have those in-depth conversations with those different departments, whether it be Public Works or the Department of Real Estate, different departments around the city that are heavily engaged in contracting, to have a more comprehensive approach and custom approach to the types of trainings that we develop that are specifically for those types of positions and job duties. But so that, again, that is what we'll be looking to do once we have additional staff on hand. But for now, with the resources that we do have, again, we're looking for opportunities to look for different trends, whether it come through the advice line or come through filing discrepancies and so forth, and looking for opportunities to consolidate our targeted outreach and combine it with different with when we're engaging these groups for to remind them of reporting requirements and so forth. And so we'll continue to do that work.
Great. Thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel. And I'm assuming you're also, as Mr. Pierce mentioned, that you also have opportunity to coordinate with other folks who are in the city attorney's office, or possibly the folks who are doing the investigations in the controller's office, to people in HR who administer the statement of incompatible activities. As you said, I mean, the more you can consolidate and, your outreach and layer all the different subject matter that folks are need to be aware of and in compliance with. So I appreciate, it's got to be a lot harder to do that with everybody working in their little silo online. Maybe not, maybe it's easier, but anyway, we appreciate your efforts in that regard, because it does, whatever, take a village to address those kind of compliance and culture issues. I want to return quickly then to Commissioner Bush's motion, which I am going to restate as best I have it, which would be directing staff to prepare a list of outstanding issues, and which I think is pretty broad. So I think we need to leave that somewhat to the director's understanding of what.
I think you can say outstanding issues based on the recommendations from the BLA, the controller, and commissioners.
Okay, specific recommendations from the BLA, controller, and commission, and identify benchmarks with a timetable for addressing those specific matters. And I think we heard from Executive Director Pelham that she is already, working in that sort of towards or already incorporates benchmarks and timelines in her work with her staff and setting priorities for her staff. So I'm going to second that motion on the assumption that this is just bringing forward something that she is already incorporating in her management of the department. And I have a motion with a second, and now I need to ask the moderator to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A motion has been made and seconded.
Commissioner Lee, is your hand up?
No.
Okay, all right.
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush,
Yes.
Commissioner Chu,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Chair Ambrose.
Aye.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right, thank you, commissioners. I am going to plan on taking a break before we move back to agenda item 5, unless, we could wait another 7 minutes before Commissioner Chu has to be temporarily excused, but I think this is a good breaking point, if that's okay with everyone. So let's all plan on being back here. It's 11:19 right now, at 11:30. So you have 11 minutes to eat an early lunch. And we'll see you back here at 10:30, and we will then take up agenda item number 5. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
I forgot to put my earphones back in. Now, here we go. Let's see if we can get back in gear here. I'm going to start by calling agenda item 5, and you'll forgive me for a minute while I also try and stop this from bouncing up and down. Hold on just a sec. I'm gonna go backwards. All right, agenda item 5, staff informational presentation and discussion regarding Form 700 e-filing for all projects. I think my agenda is cut off here. Anyway, I want to ask Director Pelham if you can please introduce this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I'm just simply going to turn it over to Rachel Gage after just reminding the Commission that this is an item that we had carried forward from last month. We ran out a bit of time, so we're glad to have Rachel back for this meeting. Following the budget adoption on October 1st, as you will recall, our Form 700 project went back on track, and so now we're moving as expeditious as we can for a January 2022 launch date of the filing program. So Rachel's here on deck to walk through some brief slides that give you an in-depth feel for the work that's underway to get us to that time period and that project in place, so that we have public disclosure filings for those over 3,500 designated filers. So with that, let me just turn it over to Rachel and give her the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director Pelham. Good morning, Chair Ambrose and Commissioners. Again, good to be with you this morning. As was previously mentioned, I wanted to take a few minutes this morning to provide an overview and project status update on the Form 700 e-filing for all project. The slides that I'm going to share momentarily are included in your meeting materials. So in the interest of time, I'm going to keep my overview brief. However, I am available thereafter should you have any questions. Excuse me one moment while I queue up the presentation. Can everyone see that okay?
Looks great, Rachel.
Okay, great. Give me for one moment. Oops. Sorry about this. I had some technical difficulties. Okay, can everyone see that okay? Sorry about that.
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, great. So this first slide offers an overview of the project lifecycle and the programmatic work involved in implementing a citywide program of this scale. Shading indicates that a deliverable has been completed. So you'll notice quite a bit of work has been accomplished to date. And the bulk of the work that remains consists primarily of data migration to the NetFile system, outreach, and developing and publishing training materials and web content. Also under the legislative category, you'll see that we still have the biennial code review and adoption and the subsequent conflict of interest code update that is also on tap, and we do anticipate that to be completed in the coming weeks, and the conflict of interest code updated sometime probably in January. And so that will also result in some obviously updating to our designated filers list, which we have underway right now and coordinating that with departments as well, to ensure that we have the most current designated filer list to migrate over to NetFile later next year. I think that's sometime in the fall next year we plan to do that migration. Slide 2, we have a comprehensive training plan in place for both departmental filing officers and designated filers, which will consist of several components. First, the e-learning curriculum, which will consist of a series of how-to micro tutorials. Each tutorial will ideally be 10 minutes or less, which will allow learners to pace themselves and also give the option to complete the training over several days as opposed to, in a single day, which we are hoping in turn will reduce information overload. Tutorials will be intuitive and include guided software simulations where applicable. Training will be mandatory for filing officers and will be required to be completed before access to the NetFile system is granted. And then finally, we will be leveraging the city's learning management system, which will allow us to track training progress, integrate surveys, and extract attendance and performance metrics. So we're really looking forward to working, collaborating with the city controller's office, who oversees the SF learning platform, which is the learning management system, to get our trainings launched into that program. And so that will be something that is fairly new to us, but that coordination is underway. Next, we have our instructor-led Q&A sessions, which is actually currently in practice. This is something that we do routinely, annually, usually the months preceding the annual filing season. This is done in coordination with the city attorney's office. Usually Andrew Shen is present. In the past, we've done these trainings in person, but obviously the trainings will be held remotely, probably over Microsoft Teams for the foreseeable future. But it will be an interactive session, meaning the participants will also be able to engage us during the virtual meetings and ask questions and so forth. In addition to answering participant questions in real time, these sessions allow for us to do a deeper dive into the Form 700 schedules, cover common do's and don'ts, and provide fact-based scenarios and examples. So they're usually pretty in-depth and involved. In the past, we have not had the type of participation from participants that we would like. I think what we're hoping is that having these now being done over MS Teams virtually, that it will allow for more participation amongst filing officers and filing officers. We do divide these sessions. So we have one that is specific for filing officers. So, it's much more administrative friendly, more about when, why, and how, as opposed to the filer sessions, which is, again, we do a deep dive into the schedules and common questions and offer a lot of examples and scenarios that filers face when thinking about or considering what they need to file on the Form 700 statement. Also, we're actually currently underway developing user guides and fact sheets as well. And so we will have user-defined guides. We will have one that's dedicated to filing officers. We will also have one dedicated to filers. And these will be very comprehensive in nature. So again, they will address the when, the why, and the how, and also offer visual aids and logistical organization. So for instance, the filing officer training will not only inform the filing officer how to accomplish a specific task in the system, but also when to do it and why. San Francisco has a few, I'll say, unique scenarios that come up. here and there where it would determine whether or not somebody has to file and when someone has to file, for example, would be the state considers the city of San Francisco to be the agency. And so if you have a filer, an employee, an existing employee that is transferring from one position to another to another department, but within the city and county of San Francisco, they actually do not have to file a leaving office statement at their former department or an assuming office statement at the new department. It's just basically treated as a transfer. So there would be some updating that needs to happen. Obviously, the position would need to be updated, and then if the filing category changes as a result of the new position, that has to be identified as well. So these are some kind of caveats that filing officers have to be aware of. So that is something that, we will definitely cover in the filing officer guide. And then the fact sheets will supplement those user guides. So we will call out specific I would say probably more common scenarios in these fact sheets, and we will offer those as a supplemental tool to user guides. Fact sheets are, friendly in terms of they're usually much more condensed and refined, have a more refined focus, easier to digest and read, also easier to share, over email and so forth. So we will definitely be including those as well in our informational resources. One thing I want to add, the filer training, so the e-learning training curriculum will be mandatory for filing officers, but we will not make it mandatory for filers. However, we will work with departments to encourage it, because departments do have the authority to obviously require their designated filers to take these trainings. We have some leverage with filing officers because we are essentially adding or providing them with admin access to the NetFile system. And in doing so, we can require them to take a series of trainings. A bit more difficult with designated filers. But again,
Rachel, can I interrupt you just for a second? Because I have a question specifically about the universe of city employees who will be going through this program to convert, and this is really the question. All of these individuals are currently filling out the same form on paper. So what we're really doing is just moving them into a computer-based form. And so your program is you're going to train the person within each department whom those individual filers would reach out to for assistance on how to navigate the software program, and then that person will then in turn be able to answer the 100 people in the department about their particular. Is that your kind of tiered approach there?
Yes, absolutely. That is the approach. The filing officer role, designated filing officer role, will change substantially with the transition to e-filing. They will, currently what they do is they disseminate information that usually is initiated by Ethics Commission staff to their filers. They then circulate a form, a paper form, usually through email, to their filers, and then those filers have a deadline to return the paper filing with a wet signature to their designated filing officer. With the inception of the NetFile system, those filing officers will now be required to create new filer accounts when they have obviously new positions coming in that are required to file. They will also have to maintain those filing systems. The system provides for several different administrative tools, allows you to track different notes and things of that sort within a filer account. It allows you to assess late fees. It also streamlines the 20% requirement review process. So 20% of statements that are filed on time must be reviewed by filing officers. All statements, 100% of statements that are filed late have to be reviewed. They require a full review, which means you're reviewing every page of the form, all the schedules, making sure that information, all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, so to speak. And so, we will be emphasizing a lot of that information in our trainings as well, and in our informational guides to ensure that they know exactly what type of information they should be looking for during this review process, how to administer that in the NetFile system, and so forth. And then we will also provide some guidance on non-filer protocol, what that looks like in terms of noticing the filers, letting them know that they're late, administering late fees should departments, opt to fine late filers, and then how to then refer those late filers to the enforcement authority after 90 days. And then the enforcement authority and for designated filers will be the Ethics Commission's enforcement division.
Uh-huh. And then quickly, because I know we do still have a heavy agenda, this universe of people who are required to file Form 700s are essentially people in policy and decision-making roles at the top levels of city government. These are the people that we're trying to get to help improve the culture in our organization. So as part of the communication, and I think a lot of us are interested in looking at your implementation, your timetable for getting this finally online by next year, I guess. So I'm going to let you move on to that. But as you're going through those next parts of the presentation, if you can just let us know when you might be communicating with that universe of folks, and whether or not we can add in more of a pep talk about ethics at work in that context, because I don't want to miss an opportunity to communicate with that key group about what our role is, that we're here, we're supporting them, that, see something, say something, whatever we want to put in that communication. So I'm going to let you go back to your presentation, but that's something I'd like you to speak to.
Sure, absolutely. So let me move on to slide 2. On slide 2, Chair Ambrose had mentioned kind of our timetable for implementing this program. This offers a projected timetable for timeline for 2021. And I'll just kind of go over a few of the milestones here. The milestones serve as significant reference points and mark the date of completion on major phases of work. First here, obviously in January, we have our 1840 and our 1042 hiring, which is underway. This is the client support specialist position that will help with much of the implementation work that's still remains with the Form 700 program, but also to help provide client support to filing officers and filers once the program is rolled out in January 2022. So the 1840 is going to be a critical role. And again, hiring is underway there. And then the 1042 is the information systems position, which will also be an integral part of the Form 700, the pre-rollout work that still remains in terms of working with the NetFile vendor to ensure that data is migrated over not just the designated filing officers, but also the filing officers, designated filers, but the filing officers who also will be administering the system. That information also has to be migrated over. And it's going to need to be overhauled to some extent because of the conflict of interest code update. So we do anticipate obviously new positions being added effective next year. And so we want to make sure that that information is up to date before the data is migrated over. And so then we, in March, we will start really focusing on developing our user guides. And again, the 1840 position will be an integral part of that, working with me and another member of the engagement and compliance staff to really develop those user guides. I think these user guides are going to serve as not only a framework for staff, ethics staff to determine what our e-learning curriculum needs to be comprised of, but also it's just going to serve as like just a resources for everything having to do with the system and the law in general. And so these are going to be really critical. And then in early spring, I guess this would be late spring, we will move into developing the online training modules. And these will be conducted, we will be using a software authoring tool that, again, allows for several different interactive elements to be incorporated in addition to real-time software simulations, but also assessments as well. And we hope to integrate surveys where appropriate as well. And so we will be asking for feedback from learners while they're taking these trainings. And so I think that's going to be something where we can consistently look for opportunities to improve. And one thing I want to mention that the online tutorials will, although they'll be mandatory before the system rolls out, they will be available on demand indefinitely. And so again, we will always be looking for opportunities to enhance those and improve upon those modules. So in June, Chair Bush, you had asked about our outreach efforts. The bulk of the outreach efforts begin in June of next year. We have had some preliminary meetings with select departments. I would say probably over a year ago. We met with representatives from the Public Utilities Commission, the Controller's Office, the City Administrator's Office, I believe the Treasurer's Office. Yes, so it was a pretty good sampling of departments that met with us, and they had several questions, obviously for us, that we were able to kind of address. Some we weren't, because we didn't necessarily have the answers for some of their questions initially. And so we look to get back to those departments and address some of those questions that were posed to us that we were not able to answer in real time in the form of an FAQ that will accompany an initial announcement, a formal announcement that will go out citywide to all department heads and filing officers of record, announcing the transition from paper filing to e-filing. And so with that initial announcement, again, we will have kind of the FAQ addressing those questions that were posed to us from departments, and then also some additional information that we think departments will probably want to know. We also intend to include a filing officer fact sheet. And I think this is going to be key, because I mentioned earlier that, filing officers currently, they disseminate information that's initiated by the Ethics Commission staff, and then they receive Form 700 statements and they file them. So moving forward, obviously their responsibilities are going to expand tremendously. And we want to make sure that we inform those department heads who elect or designate filing officers within their department of the change in these responsibilities, because we want to give them the opportunity to determine whether or not they have the staff currently, the resources that they have will accommodate the need, but also that the person that is currently designated in that role is the appropriate person moving forward. So we want to make sure that we provide them with, some information with regards to how the changes in that responsibility, how they will change, so that they have an opportunity to make changes at that point in time. And once they've had some time to digest that information, we will then have another coordinated effort going out to those department heads, offering them the opportunity to elect or designate a filing officer at that point in time. And I think right now, I think we have it we're hoping to do it maybe a month after that June, that initial announcement in June. So somewhere June, July, we hope to have a follow-up with an opportunity to update the filing officer roster. And so we're projecting that to happen in sometime July. And that's going to be a critical milestone, because that will determine who we require to take the mandatory training, and then essentially commission net file credentials to that group. So that's going to, again, these are two critical outreach components that will really be important moving forward. In August, we have the net file data upload. So by that time, I left something out that I think is a key, and probably also addresses one of your questions, Chair Ambrose. So once we have an updated filing officer roster, we will then reach out to those filing officers to confirm and update the actual designated filer roster. as well. So that gives enough time for the conflict of interest code to be updated following the biennial process. It will also ensure that we're working with the right individual within departments. And so we will be working with them, with providing them probably proactively with a list of who we currently have as filers for their departments, and give them an opportunity at that point to change and add and remove, because we are planning to do that initial migration of designated filers into the net file system. But thereafter, filing officers will be responsible for adding new filers as they come on, and terminating filers as they leave.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. You'll, I mean, you have a lot more experience with NetFile. I'm going to ask right now to see if there are any questions from commissioners, because we do need to get to a number of other items on the calendar. And I think because your graphics are so good, it's pretty easy to see the program. I think, you know, obviously you've set out a pretty intensive work program for yourself there. So we're behind you 100% in trying to meet this agenda, because I think everyone agrees that this absolutely, once we get those positions that we, you know, required to move forward with this, we've got to now meet that deadline. But anyway, any questions from the commissioners? If not, I am going to actually jump ahead and ask our moderator to see if there's any public comment on the Form 700 filing presentation. And then before we wrap up, Rachel, I'm going to come back to you for just any concluding remarks. So I just want to get the public comment announcement going there, if you could, Ronald.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 5, staff informational presentation and discussion regarding Form 700 e-filing for all project. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you are online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. Madam Chair, we do not have any callers in the queue.
All right, then public comment is closed on item number 5. And Rachel, is there anything else? Oh, I see Commissioner Bush has a question, so I'm going to allow that question first and then get back to you. Okay, Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. Okay.
No, you're good.
I wanted to know whether or not we could have a list of people who file 700s now and then update them as the list changes and post that on the ethics page, even though we're not going to have the actual filings posted until January. At least for now, the public could know who is it that files it and where can you get a copy of what they filed. Can we do that now?
So we do inform the public of where they can access designated filing officer forms. We do publish a list of filing officers and department heads for each department, so that and the information, so they know who to contact for if they wanted a copy of a paper filing from a designated filer. In terms of the filers, the actual designated filers to date that we have, a list that we have to date, I'm not sure. I don't think currently that we publish that information. I'd have to check, obviously, to ensure that that's something that we can in fact do. But I don't foresee any issues with that.
So if I wanted to find out the filing of the mayor's chief of staff, for example, or people in the city attorney's office who file. I should be able to know who they file with and how to get a copy of them?
Correct. Yes. So obviously there would be some cross-referencing needed. Right now, somebody would have to reference the conflict of interest code to see who's required to file. But if they knew specifically within each department, but if they knew, explicitly who they wanted to obtain a copy of, we do have a published list of filing officers and department heads for each department currently on our website, so they would know who to contact. to obtain a copy of that.
I think that would be very helpful to the public to know that not only is it fully coming as a searchable database, but there's information that they can reach out for now. So that's what I'm asking, if we can do that. And you're saying we could. You think we can?
I would have to confirm that, but in terms of, if we're able to do that, we have the means to do it. It's whether or not we can do it. I'm not aware of. I'm not certain of. So I definitely check on that. But again, we do currently publish the list of filing officers, designated filing officers for each department. So the public has they know who to contact if they want to obtain copies. But nothing comes to mind now in terms of the law or, that would refrain us or prevent us from being able to publish that list.
Another question is, when you put out your guide, are you making sure the public is informed that if circumstances change, that they need to amend their filing? It's not just filing on April 1st, but if there's a change in their marital status or their property ownership or their investments that is significant enough, then that needs to amend their forms instead of waiting until April?
Yes, we will address amendment rules and requirements and inform. The goal is not to leave anything uncovered in these guides. The more comprehensive they are, I think would benefit all parties involved, including the Ethics Commission staff.
Thank you.
Sure.
Along those lines, is there flexibility to require more detailed information? For example, under gifts, we now require Form 700 filers to file if they've taken a trip or received money for a trip. But there's no place that I can see where you can see what was the trip and what did it accomplish and all the rest of those kinds of information that does appear in other jurisdictions. The same thing goes with behested payments, which are not actually direct gifts to the officer, but are requested by the officer and so therefore are relevant. And then there's a local ordinance that requires disclosure of relationships, even that are uncompensated, with people who are part of the regulated community, but interact with you in your official capacity, as well as in a uncompensated capacity. That's a citation in the government code. I think I've sent it on to Director Pelham and Chair Ambrose earlier. Are the forms flexible enough to ensure that there's a one-stop serves all for that kind of information?
I think I'm going to interject here because I'm pretty sure that we asked this question and had it answered that the actual Form 700 being a state mandated form, that the confines of the quote Form 700 cannot be amended at the local level. We could, of course, create our own Form 701 and amalgamate information, I presume, in that realm. I'm not sure if that would take us all the way back through the meet and confer process if we impose that on all city employees, or if it's just a matter of amending the government conduct code to identify where that information should be available. But and we do have a city attorney. I know that Andrew Shen and Jenica Maldonado were tag teaming because of some other commission meetings, but I don't know if they have any comments, because I recall Commissioner Bush, you had asked that question previously about our ability to amend the Form 700 requirement.
Oh, yeah, actually, those are all requirements that are required by law. It's just, as you say, a question of where is it required to be disclosed.
Mm-hmm. Well, we ought to think about how we would, I mean, because those things, I think some of them, and I mean, there is a big portfolio of work to do. Some of that is maybe disclosed through their statement of incompatible activities and their request to the department head for authorization to have a professional relationship outside of work that maybe needs to be disclosed, but is nevertheless authorized or not authorized. Anyway, I'm going to let Rachel and/or if we have a city attorney that wanted to comment.
Yeah.
My screen is not on grid view, so I'm not seeing. There we go. Okay, go ahead, Jenica. I can.
Hi.
I can.
You are correct. It is a state form, and so we are not able to modify that form. It would require us, identifying that we wanted to have a supplemental form prepared.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And Rachel, I did want to ask you to, if you had any comments that we cut you off from by trying to move the agenda forward. But I do want to both thank you for all of your work on this and all of your good work generally being that link with all the city departments and the staff who we want to encourage ethics at work with. But anyway, go ahead if there's anything that you think that we most should be listening to.
No, actually, that really concludes the oral component of my presentation. I hope that the slides kind of told the story on their own. So I'm glad that we accomplished that. So again, always available to answer any questions or expand on anything.
Okay, with that, I'm actually going to close agenda item number, where are we, 5, and call agenda item number 6, and that is discussion and possible action on Ethics Commission draft racial equity action plan. I would like to ask Executive Director Pelham to present and want to start off by saying thank you for your work on this. There's obviously, this is not a one-off product. We look forward to working with you on the implementation, but I think it was a good effort to date.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair Ambrose. The item here is something that is different for our commission. Right? We haven't seen something that doesn't specifically directly deal with ethics, campaign financing, and lobbying in most cases. I would suggest this is at the core of what we do. And it's important and timely for us, given that we're engaged in our hiring plan for this year in particular. So this item is, there's a brief background memo I've provided, as well as a more exhaustive draft plan attached to it. And this is an outgrowth of work that the city launched in July of 2019, as the memo indicates, where the Board of Supervisors introduced legislation in response to the city's growing racial disparities as a means to address structural and institutional racism in San Francisco city government. And as a leader as an employer in San Francisco, really to be a leader on dealing with racial equity issues much more proactively. The plan is attached because we want to make sure that you, the public, has an opportunity at this point to take a look at it and see what our work involves, but also if the commission chooses and would like to take action on it in some way on the agenda, it's on the agenda to enable you to do that at this point. This is a draft. They are due to the Office of Racial Equity by December 31st. And in the context of our work together as a staff leadership team and the hiring managers, We have had some consultations around this, and we've put in some action items that reflect the work that we have done in past hires that we're continuing to do in this hiring process, but really to build also into other areas beyond the hiring and onboarding process. The specifics of this have been shared with our staff currently. One of the things that I would have hoped we would have been able to have done by this point in drafting this work is being able to share it with much more in-depth focus among our entire staff team, and we've simply not been able to do that. But as we move into the coming year, this is a document that is a living document intended to continue to expand and evolve as our work does in this area. So particularly as we expect to bring on new staff onboarding in the first quarter of calendar year 2021, this is going to be something that guides our operations in a formalized way. And that also is something that we can really look to as a kind of our organizational charter in many ways to really make sure that we're being the best organization that we can, and that we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we're taking steps to address racial equity in the ways that we have the ability to do. So one of the things I just would highlight for you in the document, you'll see that it's broken down by, this is a template that has been prepared by the Office of Racial Equity. All departments are working from the same template. We've had some input from our colleagues at DHR. We've also had some input from our city attorney colleagues. I'm meeting with the Office of Racial Equity director next week to get any further input before we submit our final draft. The template, I think, might be changing slightly, but essentially the content is what you see here. And that is, departments are being asked to address work in their areas of hiring and recruitment, retention and staff promotion, discipline and separation, diverse and equitable leadership and management, and mobility and professional development. Organizational culture and inclusion, cultures of inclusion and belonging is also an area that's identified. And then lastly, under section 7, boards and commissions. So for departments that have boards and commissions, to the extent that we have actionable items that we've identified at this point, they're there. I would say this is, again, it's a beginning document, it's a draft. We look forward to getting further input from the staff between now and the time that it's submitted, and then mostly to really start incorporating it and embedding it in our work in a more full way and a broader way as we move into 2021. I think I could pause there. I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you might have about the work we're doing or the draft itself, but again, wanted to provide the opportunity to have it in front of the commission, have any feedback or input that you all have from your experience, and also to just share that this is something that we will continue to be working on as the calendar year 2021 rolls around, with the expanding work and staff that we anticipate at that point. So I'm happy to pause there and answer any questions that you might have, or just do your comments and feedback.
I see hands up from Commissioner Lee and Commissioner Bush. If you know which one of you was first, I'm willing to defer to you. Otherwise, Commissioner Lee, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the staff and the director for creating this really timely and promising document. I just want to add, I'm glad to hear that this is going to be a living document, that we will continue to work on it. And I'm glad to hear that the staff has a lot of input to help put this together. I think the key is this should not be a number counting document. I would hope that we would take a bold step to really drill into the broader issues, racial inequality, and one of them is the institutional and structural bias and racism that still exists. So without really understanding it and attacking it head on, it would be harder for us to do incremental steps. So I hope that there will be ongoing conversations with the staff, and bring in outside stakeholders too. No, I shouldn't say outside, external stakeholders, because that's the community that we could really benefit from their areas of experience. And we kept talking about building the ethical culture within the city government and our employees. And I really hope that with this, that we could really create and build on a racially inclusive, equitable culture within the commission, and also to share with other departments. And to start, I would love to see discussions and conversations to create a safe space for the staff to start talking about sharing their experience, because only through that can we really tackle, the structural issues and the institutional issues that each of us bring to the commission. And again, I know the commission is not going to look at this as merely a numbers game, but definitely an ongoing living document. So I want to thank the staff and the director for putting this together.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee, and I'm going to recognize Commissioner Bush.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. It was, in the days gone by, there was a additional payment to city workers who spoke languages in addition to English. Does that policy still exist?
Yes, I believe that there are for certified speakers of different languages. I understand that there is something, or has been something. I can confirm if that's changed, but I believe there is some sort of a stipend or bonus that employees who speak multiple languages and are certified to translate can accomplish or can secure. Happy to get that information back to you.
I'm wondering if there's a relationship between that and the equity policy that we're looking at. Because if it encourages more participation from people with different backgrounds than mine, that might assist in meeting some of these objectives. That's one question I have. The second question is that the entire plan seems focused on city workers and city employees and not on the public. So to what extent are we acting in an equity plan to ensure that the public is included, so that when you have hearings, that there is translation services available or other facilities to allow free participation? We know now, I'll just interject, we know now from surveys done by Rec and Park Commission that those parks that are in lower income neighborhoods get less services than the ones that are upper income. That's by Rec and Park's own surveys.
Commissioner Bush, your question is a good one. Clearly, these plans are designed to first off, I would say, from my experience in the convenings, to make sure that we're doing what we can through steps that we have at our disposal to ensure that we're taking better steps to achieve racial equity. So for that, and that's not just internally for hiring purposes, that's externally as well, the kinds of services that we're providing as a city. I think for us, this reflects the steps where we currently are and what we're able to do, and that is primarily at this stage in the hiring and outlining how we as an organization operate together. I noticed that the city attorney had been raising her hand. She might have some additional comments on the background for the framework, as well as maybe on the language issue that you raised a minute. So I want to make sure she has an opportunity to answer as well, if I could.
Sure, Director Pellin, thank you. I just thought I would provide an answer to the bilingual pay question while we're here, since I do know it. There is a pay premium for a city staff who do speak more than one language, and so that is still in effect. And if you are in a job classification that is eligible for premium pay for that reason, you can qualify for that. As to the scope of the ORE template and the plan itself, I am afraid I wasn't closely involved in development, so I can't speak to sort of the public outward facing issues, which are great feedback and commentary and things that definitely should be considered. I do know that from my vantage point, this does appear to be focused on the internal workings of the department and recruitment that promotes racial equity and diversity, and that commissions also reflect those same objectives. So happy to review it further and get back to you, but that's my impression, that it's more of an inward facing document as opposed to outward.
And I actually want to jump in here because I think while both efforts are essential, that we apply those goals and objectives to our own operations and function. We too are a public serving department, and so in terms of how we engage with stakeholders and people in political campaigns and public finance and outreach for education, is everybody, getting the same questions answered, et cetera. But because we are lucky enough to have 4 positions that we're hiring for right now, and I don't know if you wanted to do it now or when we get to the executive director's report and you speak briefly about those hiring, because this is an opportunity to put into practice, I forget the number now of the section of the racial equity plan that speaks to your outreach. I'm particularly want to encourage aggressive, active, and unique forms of outreach to reach to individuals, say, who might have been active in the political campaigns, or just whatever way we can get to some of the I don't know, clubs that different groups in the city tend to organize themselves in with respect to campaign activities. Some of those, maybe not somebody who is got a conflict of interest because of their political activity, but in any event, even outreach to those groups, because they in turn might know people from institutes or academia who might be interested in one or more of those positions. So anyway, I just like to know how you're gonna apply that element of the plan.
If I can just add a point in there to assist the discussion. As I look through the enforcement actions of the past few years, a number of them involved enforcement of disclosures that had in publications that were not English language publications, notably Chinese language publications. And I'm not sure that there was good guidance for explaining type size and all the rest of the requirements that we have in languages other than English, because I don't know how you do type size in Chinese characters, for example. But people got serious fines for that. And so to what extent are our guides in languages other than English, especially knowing that our outreach in campaigns are going to be to publications that are in Spanish or in Chinese or in Tagalog or other languages? Thank you.
So maybe I'll try to answer Chair Ambrose's question first. But as you can see from the draft plan, the section that speaks to hiring and recruitment has several items on there that speak to making sure we're doing, as part of our hiring plan, broad outreach as possible. We've been working with our colleagues at the Department of Human Resources, working specifically with the Diversity and Inclusion Working Group to do outreach specifically through them. We ourselves are sort of shaking loose all the lists and all the contacts that we have that come through our office. We want to make sure that this week we're getting that information out to those audiences broadly. And we need the publics, and we need your help, right? There may be other organizations, other networks that, if you're aware of them, we want to make sure people are notified. We certainly send it out to the Council on Governmental Ethics Laws. They have, I believe they're posting that this morning. So that goes to sort of the list of usual suspects. We're clearly interested in going beyond that. We don't have an exhaustive list to give you today because the job announcements were just posted on Friday. We started collecting that information leading up to the posting, and we're going to continue on over the next couple of weeks to try and make sure that we're getting information out there as broadly as we can. So, with many things, we're sort of in the moment doing this, and, I'm happy to, again, keep you posted as we come into January with where we were able to reach out so that it is as a diverse applicant pool as possible across many fronts.
Okay, thank you.
The other, I think, is to Commissioner Bush's specific question about translations and materials. I think one of the great frustrations that I have is I would just simply say, bureaucratic nature and cost of trying to get documents timely translated to help reach out. I think the city has a lot of work that we can all collectively do on that. So we have just updated our webpage, for example, the main webpage. That also requires translation. And so sometimes that takes longer than I think any of us would think is most helpful. But we're trying to, again, do whatever we can to get it in the hands of audiences that might find it useful and relevant, and a source of great, terrific people to join our staff to do the great, important work that we've got in front of us.
Commissioner Lee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question may be for DCA Maldonado. Following up on the staff hiring, is it possible within the city law that you can put a preference in terms of hiring and recruitment? So, for instance, if we know that a substantial number of the city's population is their first language is not English. So can we put in certain job descriptions that if someone who has, Cantonese background, that could be a, not a preference, but maybe added consideration? Can that be done? If we can justify, let's say if we look at the Ethics Commission, if, we know that 33% of the city's population is Chinese speaking, and we don't happen to have a Chinese speaker on staff. So can we put in, as part of the job description that, preference is given to someone who is who's bilingual in Chinese?
There are obviously there are local, state, and federal laws regarding discrimination and non-discrimination in hiring, right? And so if there was a job-related reason for why we needed someone who spoke a particular language for a position, then for that reason, we could hire someone who has a particular skill set. To otherwise say that this position is specifically reserved for someone who just fills this demographic, we couldn't do that. That would be discriminatory. But if we had a job-related reason, let's say we had a specific program that was going to engage in outreach to the Cantonese community locally, and we really needed someone who spoke Cantonese, then that would be considered sort of an exception to that rule, and we would be permitted to do that.
So you cannot even say that, if someone has additional skill, let's say computer skill or what have you, you cannot say that if that person has an additional skill in Russian or Spanish, you cannot list that as a preference. Not that you're going to hire that person, but that person would be given an additional set.
You can include it if doing so is tied to what that person's job duties would be. So if we're hiring someone for the purpose of trying to promote outreach into the Chinese American community in San Francisco, and that's going to be a skill that we need for that job classification, then it's permissible. What we couldn't do is just say, we want to hire someone that speaks this language and not have it connect to something related to their job duties. That could be seen as an impermissible preference, right? And then someone potentially could sue the city to say, they didn't hire me because I didn't speak Cantonese. This exception that was otherwise available doesn't apply because you didn't need to be able to speak Cantonese to do the job.
Thank you.
Am I muted? No. I want to go ahead, Ronald, and ask you to determine whether or not we have any public comment on this item. And I want to ask the executive director if you can make a note in your executive directory report as we go forward to, sort of include this as a regular update item as you continue to work with the team in the city, as you achieve certain, milestones with respect to the plan. I think it's important to keep it front of mind. And then Commissioner Bush, back to your point, as we move forward as well, whether it's with the trainings that Rachel is going to be doing or the outreach that Pat Ford on stakeholder, the engagements that Jeff Pierce and his investigators have with the general public, I think, again, as to quote or semi-quote Commissioner Chu, culture eats strategy for lunch every day. We need to have a culture of keeping racial equity front of mind and thinking of ways in which we can better serve our objectives that we all obviously all share. And so I think it would help if you incorporated that as sort of a regular notation in the work that you're doing, because I know you're doing the work. I think it's important to talk about it and keep everybody thinking about how we can improve on both fronts, internally and externally. Ronald, go ahead with your statement.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you're just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action on Ethics Commission draft racial equity action plan. If you've not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by. And as I'm checking, this is a friendly reminder to all participants. If you are speaking and you are done speaking, can you please mute yourself? Everything from rustling of papers to taking notes to coffee mugs, all of that can be heard depending on where your microphone is located. So just make sure that you can mute once you are done speaking. Thank you. Madam Chair, we have no callers in the queue.
To approve the plan and subject to our continuing engagement on this issue, if I can have a motion in a second.
I move.
Okay, Commissioner Bush, do I have a second? Commissioner Lee, thank you very much. Can you please call the roll?
A motion has been made and seconded. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lee,
Aye.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Chair Ambrose,
Aye, and let the record show that Commissioner Chu was excused from this portion of the meeting. Thank you, and I'm
With-
going.
with
sorry,
five votes. With 4 votes in the affirmative, and with Commissioner Chu being excused. So 4 votes in the affirmative and zero opposed to the motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I am now going to skip over and call agenda item 8. And as soon as I get to the right item, so this will be a discussion of the monthly staff enforcement report, including an overview of proposed streamlined administrative resolution program process. Mr. Pierce, if you can make your presentation, thank you.
Sure, thank you, Chair Ambrose and Commissioners. So this month's report highlights developments in our efforts to revise what the Commission adopted in 2013, which is called the fixed penalty policy. And just to remind the Commission, we approached you in August of last year with a slate of proposals regarding improvements to process that we were developing at that time. Among those improvements was an intention to examine and likely revise both substantively and procedurally that fixed penalty policy that the Commission adopted in 2013. As you know, that policy provides for effectively a scheduled set of penalties for violations of 5 kinds in the campaign finance arena. It was a reasonably limited policy, and the Fair Political Practices Commission, as you may know, has a streamlined program that is significantly more expansive than the one that San Francisco adopted in 2013. So in August of 2019, when we brought our process improvements before the Commission rendered its support of staff's plan to expand this policy. We came back to you in September of 2019 with a rough outline of what that process would look like. Implementing that process, since we have hosted interested persons meetings, we've conducted internal and external consultations about what the scope and substantive changes to the program might include. And you'll recall also that when the Budget and Legislative Analyst issued its report in August of this year, they also encouraged staff to continue with this plan to revise the fixed penalty policy. And specifically, they asked that we come back in January of 2021 with a proposal that we might put before you for your consideration and action. So we have continued to work in that process to identify how this policy might best be re-examined and expanded. Staff have now developed a draft set of regulations that will greatly expand, and we hope enhance our ability to revise an enumerated set of violations through a scheduled set of penalties. The aim, as we've said before, is to provide greater transparency and predictability to the regulated community, to reduce the amount of time that it might take to negotiate the outcome to certain kinds of matters, and there, as a result, enable staff ideally to focus investigative resources on the kinds of allegations that matter most, the kinds of things that we were discussing earlier today in agenda item 7. as we have contemplated what these substantive changes might look like, we have also had to anticipate what process we might use to implement an expanded fixed penalty policy. The term that we have adopted for that will be the Streamlined Administrative Resolution Program, which will be the process implementation of a set of regulations that you can advise us on at a subsequent meeting. But of course, figuring out how to make this thing a reality entails a number of considerations, some of which are involve staffing, some are just structural in nature. So I'll invite Senior Investigator Eric Willett to join us at this time. As you'll recall, Eric has been overseeing the process to consider the substantive review of this program, and he has prepared for you today a kind of proposal about what the process of implementing this system might look like.
Thank you for that introduction, Jeffrey. If I can share my screen here. Control-Shift-D. That did not work. Okay, let me try the alternate. Control-Shift-D. Okay. Now, can my PowerPoint slide be viewed? Great, thank you, Ronald. Well, good afternoon, Chair Ambrose, commissioners, and colleagues. I'm going to provide a brief description of the enforcement processes within the division and the integration of the Streamlined Administrative Resolution Program, otherwise known as SARP. When the Enforcement Division considers allegations, an intake manager will review those allegations to determine whether there are sufficient facts as alleged and whether the conduct as alleged falls within the jurisdiction of the commission, at which time they'll either issue a dismissal or a referral to the appropriate agency or department. And if the facts as alleged and the conduct is as alleged within the division's jurisdiction, that conduct can be considered within the SARP program if it fits within the provisions covered. And at that time, the matter will become a complaint and the intake manager will forward it to the SARP program administrator. If the conduct as alleged falls outside the scope of that which can be covered within the SARP program, the intake manager will then forward the complaint to the mainline program for review by the investigator within the mainline program, who at which time will conduct a preliminary investigation. That investigation is to determine whether or not there is something there for a open investigation to be warranted, and also whether or not the facts as alleged fall within the jurisdiction. If there's not enough there, or these are not within our jurisdiction, the matter will be dismissed or again referred to the appropriate agency or department. Now, the preliminary investigation may also determine that the conduct falls entirely within the SARP program, at which time the mainline investigator can forward the complaint back into the SARP program. Upon receipt of a complaint, the SARP program administrator conducts an initial assessment where they apply general eligibility guidelines as well as conduct-specific guidelines. And if at which time the conduct exceeds that scope, which is considered within the SARP program, SARP administrator may deem the matter ineligible for resolution within the SARP program and forward it back into the mainline program. After initial assessment has been undertaken, the SARP program administrator engages with the respondent, notifying the respondent that they are the subject of an investigation, providing them with a SARP program overview, and the SARP program administrator may also direct the respondent to take corrective action. This may come in the form of supplying the Enforcement Division with documentation, filing or amending statements or reports, or there's other corrective action that can be taken, which also includes such things as forfeiting contributions that were in excess of the limit. Now, after the corrective action has been undertaken, the SARP administrator reviews the actions and determines whether or not the universe of facts here can be covered within the scope of the SART program. If not, the SART program administrator can deem the matter ineligible for resolution within SART and forward it back into the mainline program. After corrective action has been taken and assessed, the SART program administrator will apply resolution guidelines. And there's also instances in which the respondent does not need to take corrective action, at which time they can proceed directly to the application of resolution guidelines. These guidelines can dictate that a warning letter is applicable, and this warning letter is confidential and not a matter of public record, but the SART program administrator will keep it on file, and it can be considered an aggravating factor in any future enforcement matter with this particular respondent. If the SARP administrator determines that the guidelines do not allow for a warning letter in this particular matter, a penalty may be in order, at which time the SARP program administrator will assess the penalty and provide a package to the respondent in order to enter into a settlement process. Now, if the settlement process is unable to reach a successful resolution, the SARP program administrator may deem the matter ineligible for SARP resolution and forward it back into the mainline program. Instances where this is applicable are where a respondent refuses to accept liability or they're unwilling to pay the penalty, and then at which time they are SARP ineligible and back into the mainline program. Upon successful completion of the settlement process, a stipulated agreement will be provided to the Commission for approval on consent. Now, for contrast, items within the mainline program that make it through the preliminary investigation toward opening an investigation, one will be opened and the mainline program investigator will conduct that investigation, resolve the matter in either a complaint closure or with a resolution by Commission action. Now, that could include a stipulated agreement, or it may also include a hearing on the merits. Regardless if a stipulated agreement came through the SART program or the mainline program resolution, a public announcement is made and the case resolution is posted to the Enforcement Division's website, a web page within the Commission's website. And that concludes my overview of the Enforcement Division's processes with the integration of the Streamlined Administrative Resolution Program. I'm available to answer any questions you may have. And turn it back over to you, Commissioner Ambrose.
All right, thank you very much for that. I think that's really helpful to see the sort of stepwise process and understand that one way or the other, the matter is going to be assessed, investigated, resolved, and disclosed. So that's what we want to see. So my understanding is, going back to you, Mr. Pierce, though, is that we're going to see more of the particulars about this probably at the February meeting, because I don't know if anyone else has noticed, but we have a fairly short turnaround between today and the way the calendar works. We're back together again January 8th. And I know you had said in your staff report you wanted to have a stakeholder meeting to talk about some of the characteristics that would determine where a matter was referred. And I wholly support your engaging with the stakeholder community before we make any decisions about this. So are there any other questions from commissioners? Yvonne, I see your hand up. Is that from before? Okay, I see. First of all, I wanted to say Commissioner Chu is back as of 12:44. I'm glad you were able to rejoin us. So I'm going to give you a chance to speak first, if you would. You're muted right now.
Just thank you, Chair Ambrose. Sorry, I had some technical difficulties getting back in. A question for about this chart. It's very, very helpful. Is there a category of violation that would or could be treated almost like a parking ticket? For example, I'm thinking of late filings, and if there's any fines attached to failing to file, because there would be a timestamp on the filing, and could it not just proceed in a much more streamlined fashion? You get a parking ticket, it's like my meter ran out and you have a time to pay, so that there's that bolus of type of violation could be put into this program, where I don't know that would you need to engage with the respondent if the timestamp is it's late, and it may not be. And I don't mean to get into the gory details of how that all works. So I guess the broader question is, like, is there a category of violations? And if we haven't thought about it, could we, examine whether or not there are matters that could be dealt with on a almost quasi automated basis, in order to free up really precious investigative time to focus on those matters that don't lend themselves readily to easy resolution.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Chu. I appreciate the question, and I appreciate Chair Ambrose, your notation in the report that if what we're attempting to provide here is a preview of process in advance of a substantive discussion that we intend to announce tomorrow. So we aim to distribute a notice about those stakeholder meetings tomorrow, and when we do, we'll attach the draft regulations to that, which will provide the substantive details that you're asking about now, Commissioner Chu. And we'll,
okay.
Of course,
I'll hold then until we have a so you don't have to go through it.
Well, no, I mean, it's a good question, and I'm happy to address it in brief. I would just add that we'll be glad if within the bounds of the Brown Act, any commissioners want to participate in those stakeholder meetings the first week of January. But the commission now has a program of late fee assessments. So the commission's fines collection officer, Ms. Ernestine Braxton, already on a regular basis identifies which filings have come in late based on the timestamp, as you were suggesting, and she prepares analyses about what the statutes might say about those late filings, and then we work to distribute late fee assessments on that basis. But you're right that there may be parking ticket scenarios. I do think the late fee example is the best of those. It's the clearest. The process that Eric has described does include a number of scenarios in which remedial action may be necessary, but not every allegation in the Streamlined program will require remedial action. There will be a number for which the conduct is over and done. There is no remedy that might be made, and so all that remains to be done is see if, in an accelerated manner, we can reach agreement with the respondent about liability and what it might cost. We haven't worked out altogether what the process will look like, but it's likely that we will create forms and template correspondence that will kind of function in the way that you're describing, Commissioner Chu, where we might check a box, send it off to the respondent, and say, here's the process. We'd love if you might agree sooner than later, and we can all put it behind us.
Well, I look forward to having the substantive discussion down the road, but thank you for that preview. That's very helpful, because I think the more we can do to take off some of the more routine matters that don't require investigative time and effort, then you'll have more bandwidth to be able to focus on those more complex potential violations.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Chu. If there are another, okay, Commissioner Bush.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Can you give us an estimate of how many of the complaints that you deal with are generated by staff compared to how many come to you from the public?
I could give you that estimate. I would have to look at the docket and do some analysis. I think historically, and this is anecdotal, but historically the majority of complaints have come from the public. what we've seen in the last year or so is that through the application of our discretion, we have freed up some time for staff to evaluate potential liability independent of receiving any complaints. And again, anecdotally, I might offer that a number of staff's more important and more promising matters currently on the investigative docket have been staff generated. I know that the BLA had some recommendations about freeing up opportunities for staff initiated complaints. But if you were interested in specific numbers, Commissioner Bush, I could look at the docket and get back to you with that.
Or if you could do that, I think it'd be most helpful to know the kind of complaints, whether they were campaign related or lobbyist related or other kinds of complaints that you look at. Along with that, I'm wondering, when you find that something is outside the jurisdiction of the department or the authority of ethics, do you look at whether or not there should be a recommendation to review whether those things should be under the jurisdiction of the department? For example, let's say you have a permit consultant who's making contributions to people who he approaches on behalf of a client for permits. But that's not illegal. It would be illegal if they were a lobbyist. If you had some situations like that, and I'm just pulling that out of the air, do you then say, we're dismissing this, but then you forward it on to Director Pelham or to the commission or to someone to consider whether or not this is a loophole or a gap that we'd be better off closing?
We do, Commissioner Bush. Pat Ford, in his capacity as staff's senior legislative analyst, consults with our division on a regular basis. So when he develops legislative proposals that identify weaknesses in existing law, he will always ask us what we're seeing in a kind of anonymized way in the enforcement context, so that we can provide any insights into exactly what you're describing, which is a situation that we might like to enforce, but which the law might prevent us because it is not yet on point.
Thank you. And when you refer things on to other departments, in some cases, that's putting it outside of the independence of the Ethics Commission and under the jurisdiction of someone who's a political appointee of themselves. So let's say you're talking about complaints that Rec and Park facilities being used for campaign materials when they shouldn't be. And that would go to Rec and Park Commission or Rec and Park Director. Does that ever create a situation where they don't come back to you and tell you what's happened with the case that they were referred to?
Generally, when we make a referral, we do so because we lack authority to enforce the provision itself. I think we may have had previous conversation about this. I suppose it might be possible for the commission to request that the receiving agency report back on any remedial steps that it might take. But the commission would lack power to do anything with that information. We could not, for example, compel another department to take an action that they didn't find necessary on their own. So as a general matter, we have not required departments to report back to us when we've made referrals, but we could discuss whether it might make sense to begin doing so.
I do think there's a benefit in putting departments on record, whether they decided to act on a case or not. So to that extent, that's my view. Thank you.
Commissioner Ambrose, you're muted. Chair Ambrose.
Very much. I know that your report, in addition to the item that we've just discussed also includes the status of the collections as well as matters that have been referred out. I see on the collections that the cases that are pending have all been put off, it looks like until August of 2021 because of the backlog, I guess, in Superior Court. And I'm sure that we're in no position to ask for special attention there. I mean, those cases have been outstanding so long. I'm not sure, that there's much hope of getting money out of a stone, but there are some, though, on that list that are more recent campaigns, and there's an individual listed as like a treasurer or something. I don't know the answer to whether or not, is it the individual who's the treasurer for, say the Josh Arce for DCC that's liable for that fine, or is it the candidate whose committee that's liable for that fine? Just curious how that works.
Yeah, under the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, it could be either. So the law would permit us to seek liability either against the candidate or against the treasurer, or in theory against both.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, given the prominence of a couple of those individuals and campaigns, I mean, 2 recent ballot proposition campaigns, going back, I think it was Commissioner Chu maybe mentioned this before. Is there some, like publication of that list? I mean, I'm trying to think of, like, is there somebody who they wouldn't want to be embarrassed in front of that we can refer it to? I mean, because they're not that much. I mean, why are we wasting our time keeping track of, $75 or $400 or $700? I mean, they have the money, or they can get it to clear their name if they cared about it. And obviously, there's got to be a better way to get them to, get their good name reestablished and their credit and so on. So anyway, if you can think of any way where we can help, maybe we can, have make a press release of money waiting for us or something, because it's silly for them to still be really active in government and campaigns and have this legacy of debt to the Ethics Commission. Just doesn't sit well. Commissioner Bush.
I just meant to ask, given the time frame that the BLA showed to the Board of Supervisors of 2 to 3 years for an investigation to be completed, what staffing do you need in order to cut that down to, say, 6 months?
Well, I appreciate the question, Commissioner. I mean, I suppose, it's the case that some of our counterparts have investigative staff of half a dozen or so. I think that would be optimal. I mean, as you know, we've been operating with only 2 investigators for a period of more than 6 months. And you can see in the enforcement report that that has contributed to a slowdown in our already strained capacity to move through these matters. So, I mean, off the top of my head, it would be great if we had 6 investigators. I don't know whether that might become possible, but we have 3 seats filled, and as you know, the mayor's office has approved filling a 4th. But theoretically, if we could have 2 more, that would certainly benefit the commission.
Okay.
Ultimately the public as well.
Yeah, which is how I ought to have phrased it. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, I am not muted. I'm going to ask our moderator to see if we have any public comment on this item, right? I haven't called for that yet, because I know we're approaching 1 o'clock, and I'm hoping that I can keep us to 1:30-ish wrap up. So if you could see if we have any public comment.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you have just joined this meeting, we're currently on public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 8, discussion of monthly staff enforcement report, including overview of proposed streamlined administrative resolution program process. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by.
Chair Ambrose, while Ronald is looking to see who might be in the queue, I didn't know if you wanted to revive from item 7 any discussion about feedback the commission may wish to give about how the Enforcement Division allocates its resources vis-a-vis what's happening at the federal level or out of the city attorney's office.
Thank you for that. I did actually hope that we would have a few minutes to talk about that, because I think that is somewhat reflected in your report when you show referrals to other departments. Also, the fact that you have weekly meetings, I thought is very encouraging, because obviously we have a shared responsibility in your ability to coordinate with those folks. So yes, if we do have speakers in the queue, then I'm going to allow them to speak first, but then I'll give you a few minutes to come back and we can address that point. Thanks for reminding me.
Madam Chair, we have no callers in the queue.
All right, so public comment is closed on agenda item 8, and back to you, Mr. Pierce. And it's a good opportunity too to come back to, I think, one of the most pressing concerns for the Ethics Commission is the corruption scandal, and how the city family is responding to clean our own house, as it were. I know that there's a new report coming out from the Controller's Office that I guess Director Pelham will reference in her director's report. But if you can tell us more specifically the role and sort of support that you need for the work that you're doing in the face of these what seemingly regular announcements of indictments.
Sure, I'll be glad to. And I'd like to again invite Senior Investigator Jeff Zumwalt to join us in this meeting. But briefly, I would say that staff's assumption has been that the public and the commission may not strictly benefit from purely a duplication of enforcement resources, and that it would be a kind of needless piling on for the commission to bring enforcement actions for conduct that is identical to the conduct that forms liability at the federal level, or that is identical to conduct that the city attorney is already pursuing in terms of, say, debarment or forfeiture of contract winnings or forms of liability that the city attorney may pursue. As I said in item 7, what we have endeavored to do is to review the information that is coming out from those offices and to identify opportunities for enforcement of conduct that is implicated by but not directly addressed by federal action or by action from the city attorney's office. If commissioners maintain a different view, that duplication of enforcement would send an important message and a necessary message about the value, say, of adhering to the Campaign and Governmental Conduct Code, then we'd be happy to receive that feedback and rethink how we're currently spending our resources. If Jeff has anything to add to that, he's welcome to. But again, we solicit the Commission's preference about how we might approach this without having to address specific allegations or specific respondents.
Right, but I am gonna, and maybe Mr. Zumwalt will speak to this, notwithstanding that we're not going to identify what our enforcement action may or may not be with respect to any given individual where there's an indictment pending. But I do think it is important to use a specific example of the type of enforcement action that we might bring, so it's clear. So if there's a, let's just take an example of an unreported gift, and that's not on the Form 700 and it's against the good government code, while the federal government may be looking at that as a violation of bribery law, we're also have a disclosure obligation or a prohibition with respect to a restricted source, somebody who has a contract with that department. I, for one, am not at all concerned about piling on, as it were. I am concerned about using department resources in a way that either one is where you're just going to be in a holding position while the criminal investigation takes precedence, and they're going to push you to the side and not let you do your investigative work because they don't want you messing with their witnesses, et cetera. But at the same time, I don't have any concerns about assessing fines to somebody who's been convicted or pled guilty to a related crime, for my 2 cents. But anyway, Jeff, do you, Mr. Zumwalt, I'll use your last names. Do you have anything to add that?
Sure, Jeff Zumwalt, one of your senior investigators. Just to piggyback on Chair Ambrose's recommendation, that is something that we do. Anytime these complaints come out, we're examining it to not just look at, named defendants in it, but maybe other activities that may arise that would be conduct, as you note, within our jurisdiction. That if it's something we could pursue, those are things we look for. We do that all the time with any source. If it's in newspaper articles, those sorts of things, we're always reviewing those sorts of information that comes to our attention, specifically with, a number of complaints now continuing here throughout the year. Yes, that is something that we're ongoing and reviewing. And to Commissioner Bush's comment earlier, we do work with Patrick Ford on areas of law that maybe we can strengthen within our area that could help. I would agree with your position that maybe not best to pursue those criminal defendants, just because we're going to have a number of issues of trying to talk to witnesses. If we try to talk to a respondent, invoking Fifth Amendment privilege so that they don't have to incriminate themselves and things like that. But yeah, as everything is going on, it is something that us enforcement are taking seriously and spending a lot of time in reviewing.
Okay, thank you for that. Other commissioners, Commissioner Chu?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ambrose. I think I just want to make a general observation. I think we had talked earlier at the top of this meeting about the importance of enforcement and how through enforcement action that the commission takes that we send a message. And so I would like to associate myself with your comments, Chair Ambrose, that I'm not concerned about piling on, in that regard. I also think that silence, and a lack of action is just as equally powerful message that's sent about what we are and are not doing. So I would only caution us to be cognizant of the fact that if we don't, and there are very valid reasons why we're not pursuing a parallel investigation, as Mr. Zumwalt just noted, but if there are violations within our sphere of authority and we don't do anything about it, I think that also sends a message as well, although there might be competing issues. So I would pose the question then, is there a way through a press release to, communicate the stance of, the view that the commission has. Like, we are, I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not asking, but I just think that it's important for us to note that if by not pursuing something, that's also taking a kind of action that sends a message.
I think one of the things about the staff report that under agenda item 7 that we're kind of tying this back to was the explanation of why, given our responsibilities, and our the confidentiality issues, we're not taking action. We're just not disclosing publicly what actions we might be taking. But I hear what you're saying, and I do want to kind of work with the executive director and think about how, when we come back in January, taking that memo, which I think is great, but boiling it down to kind of a bulleted, more impactful public statement about, be advised, the Ethics Commission is in high gear, and these are the actions. So it would be something that we could share with people, maybe post it on Nextdoor or hand it out to members of the Board of Supervisors, just a reminder. And those are some of the things that the executive director is doing as well. Rachel talked about sending out the notice about bequested gifts and so on, just letting both the community and the outside world know that we might not be, making headlines with our indictments like the FBI, but we are on high alert and working to address it. And I agree, we got to get the message out.
Yeah, I think that's really important, because in the absence of an official narrative coming from the Ethics Commission, people will make up their own stories, right? And they'll make up their own mind, because they don't have all the facts. But in conversations, over Zoom get-togethers, it's sort of like, yeah. So the Ethics Commission's like, what are you guys doing? And it doesn't seem like you guys are doing a whole lot. There's not a lot. I mean, and you can explain to them, but having something on hand, right, that is, and we can point to it in a public statement, I think can start to dispel some of those perceptions.
Yeah, I hear that and share that, and also Commissioner Bush as well has had some ideas about how best to, legitimately attract people's attention, to the information that we have available and how we garner that and ensure compliance with the requirements to produce it, et cetera. So I think that's as I think with the benefit of the longer piece that Director Pelham and Pat Ford put together, I think that we are on our way to having, a more shareable statement of the role and activities of the commission. And I think we need to bring that forward in January. So Commissioner Bush and go ahead anyway.
Just one point, and that's to ensure that what we do gets recorded properly in the matrix that we have. So if you go onto the enforcement matrix that's on the webpage now, it ends in 2017, even though we've been doing enforcement actions in 2018 and 19 and 2020. And they don't show up on the matrix that we have. So it's important that somebody track that we're keeping that updated.
I'm not sure what matrix you're referring to, but I'm assuming staff or know what you're.
It's the enforcement summary.
I'll have to look at that, Commissioner Bush. My understanding is that we have, after every meeting that the commission has made an enforcement action, updated the resolutions page, the case resolutions page, but maybe we're talking about something different. You and I can confer after the meeting.
Thank you.
But I would like to thank the chair and the commission for feedback on this question. We'll take it back and give it a second look.
Yeah, no, thank you for all of your good work too, because I know that this is trying to parse, what's a priority action and what can be dealt with administratively in a streamlined manner, but trying to articulate that and get stakeholder buy-in. And I know it's been a long process, and hopefully it'll help you going forward. I do want to, though, close out this item and call agenda item 9 so that we give the executive director, who unfortunately usually ends up with having to speed talk because she knows that by the time we get to the end of the agenda that our eyes are burning from computer screen. So with that, I will call agenda item 9, discussion of executive director's report and update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting. Director Pelham, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Ambrose. I wanted to highlight just a few things from the report that I provided, and also provide some updated information on that report. First of all, let me just note the printed document, and I think perhaps online it references agenda item 10. That was a holdover, so my apologies for that. It is, in fact, item number 9. But briefly, as you see, that we have the public financing program came to a conclusion on December the 3rd. So that was the last day that candidates for the November 2020 election could submit public financing reviews of claims under the program for this year. So there was an inch up in terms of the dollar amount that candidates were able to qualify for the entirety of the 2020 election. All in all, there were 50% of the candidates who participated in the program and actually qualified to receive the maximum amount, coupled with the other candidates who also came within 70% of the maximum. It was quite a year in terms of overall participation and the ability of candidates to really take advantage of the new program. So as Commissioner Bush said earlier in the meeting, we have our March report that will be typically reviewing the election cycle and bringing forward information about how this year's public financing program played out under the new program provisions that took effect. But that was, I do want to acknowledge and thank Rob Hodge, Amy Lee, Eric Willett, and others, Johnny Hosey, others who played a significant role in keeping the program busy, on track, and effective this year. So there was a lot of work that was put in across the office, but I really want to call out those folks. Yeah, legislatively, one update, the Rules Committee met this morning and approved the biennial code review update to the city's conflict of interest code. That means that it's updated. Departments are required every couple of years to look at their codes and identify who the designated filers should be for filing Form 700s of the economic interest statements. And so those that information was collected into the city's ordinance. It changes, it'll update the law. It looks like, given the timing, that the full board will act on those changes in early January. So they won't be taking effect by December 31st, but they're in play now with the Rules Committee's action today. So that's an update from the written report that I provided to you. There was a question earlier about the controller's report, and we do continue to be a resource as we can to the controller's office with questions about the city's ethics laws, context about how those laws work in practice. So we very much enjoy and value supporting the controller's office with that work as much as we can. Once the next series of reports is issued publicly by that office, we will again invite the staff from the controller's office to be at the commission's meeting so they can brief you in depth on the recommendations and the findings that they have based on their latest report. So I would imagine we may well see something in January and have that on the agenda for you at that time. I also wanted to just underscore the BLA, the Budget and Legislative Analyst performance report, audit of the commission. That was heard in committee on November the 19th at the Board of Supervisors. I have a link to the file as well as to the audio discussion, the video recording on SFGov. The committee had questions primarily through the committee chair. There was no discussion among the committee. There was no public comment, but the BLA auditors were there and presented their recommendations and findings, and I was there to provide some response on the part of our department as well. They took no action, or they took action to file the item. So now the item is concluded legislatively. But as I indicated then, we look forward to reporting back as helpful about the progress we're going to continue to make. And that will start in January when we come back with a report to you all about where we stand in terms of the recommendations that were identified for the end of December for the end of December of this year. Mm-hmm. I also would just note there is no further update on any of the legislative items. We incorporated Pat Ford's legislative report into this one this month simply because there was other work ongoing with him, and there had not been additional legislative updates in terms of the behested payments ordinance. So there is no further update we have for you on that. The two key things I did want to highlight before turning it over to Tyler Field, who's here to do a brief demonstration. I'm hoping that we actually do have time for it. It's a brief demonstration, but it's a great tool that he was going to walk us through. But before we do that, I wanted to just focus for just a couple of moments on the hiring plan. I mentioned this during the earlier item on the racial equity action plan that we've developed. I am just very, very happy and gratified to be able to report that we have now posted all of the positions. We are accepting applications for them. You can link to them, detailed job announcements on our website at SF, what are we? Our website?
SF.gov.
sfethics.org. sfethics.org. In the lower right-hand corner, there is real estate that we've listed, the link directly to the jobs page. And we, as I mentioned before, we are circulating as broadly as we can, and we'll continue to do that over the coming days and weeks. We have a deadline for the first part of January, and we have been building these job descriptions and this hiring process on the ability to hire these positions as exempt positions tied to specific projects. And we've identified very specific scopes, deliverables, and timeframes for the positions, along with the specific duties we're looking for the individuals who fill these roles to perform once they're in these seats. And so I think you'll be seeing reflected in the information we bring forward about the timetables for the work we expect to get done as well, because they're embedded at the core of these projects and these hirings.
Right.
Lastly, on the front, in terms of the disaster service work, that's come up several times during this meeting, and I do want to just take a moment on that. As you know, we've had two staff who've been continuing in an extended DSW capacity over the last 6 months, and we've had additional staff that have been tapped for part-time DSW work as well. We know that the pandemic and the need that the city has is not going away. I mean, hopefully we're all moving into a very new and hopeful chapter with, a vaccine process to have to run in the coming months. We know that the city's work in this area is not going to go away. At the same time, we also know that there are additional crises happening in city government, and that's reflected in many of the comments that you've shared today, and that we have a concern about our ability as an agency with a very unique mandate in city government to be able to perform the work that we need to with the resources that we have. So this means we need to have the resources that we have to do that work. So there has been an additional request, I will tell you, from the mayor's office to extend some of the staff positions and add new ones to DSW work for another 3 months. I have respectfully declined on behalf of our department and would welcome, and we'll report back to you with what I know further, a discussion with the mayor's office as necessary. The request is citing the deep need that exists and the ongoing need. It also cites the desire to have proportional response from all city departments. We've had 13% of our staff of a department where we have less than 20 positions filled right now, providing direct support for our emergency services. And we know that that's vital, and we care deeply and greatly appreciate our staff stepping up and doing that. At the same time, I think all we have to do is to listen to the commission meeting and continue to see the headlines that we're seeing, and know that we are desperately in need also of being able to perform on behalf of the public the work that we have to do to stem corruption. That's not going to happen if we have empty seats. So, it's a challenge and it's a difficult conclusion to reach, but that in my judgment is what we need to try and articulate to the mayor's office and be as clear as possible and continue to be as supportive as we can. But we also know that we need to have all hands on deck. I'm going to pause there. And if there are any questions for me, please let me know. If not, I would be very happy to turn it over to Tyler Field for an overview, a quick demo of some data visualization tools that we now have available through the work that our office has been doing with other colleagues throughout the city. So let me pause and turn it back to the chair.
Thank you for that. I have actually 3 hands. I don't know, Yvonne, if yours is still live, but I think Commissioner Chu, you had raised your hand first. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Director Pellin, thank you for your report. I had a couple questions. One is and a comment, and one is regarding to the DSW work. And I understand the idea of having a proportionate response, but as you rightly note, we are a very tiny department in the city family of less than 25 full-time positions, not all of which are currently filled right now. And taking 13% of that really hamstrings our ability to do our jobs, let alone during a time of widening public corruption and eroding trust in the integrity of government. And so I would be happy to help in whatever capacity to attend a meeting with you in support of your pushback, which I think is warranted. And I would also encourage you to consider, the concept of equity, right? It's there's proportion and then there's equity. 13% of the Ethics Commission is a much greater and a disproportionate impact on our ability to perform our stated roles and to do our job versus a much larger department like human resources or any other department that has hundreds of employees. 13% of several hundred or several thousand is they have many more bodies, and the impact to their work will not be as deeply felt as it is in our department. And so my second question relates a little bit back to the BLA report. And so one is, once they have filed it, does that mean it's like no further action will be taken by the Board of Supervisors? And that I would encourage us to continue to rely on those findings, particularly with regard to the under-resourcing of our department and the recommendations that they have as the budget season kicks off, I think, if it is not already. And so my question on the budget was, has the mayor's office provided any preliminary guidance as to what they're going to be expecting from us? And then second would be, I don't know if with incoming supervisors, whether there might be an opportunity to meet with them in order to present to them what ethics does and the challenges that we face and how we could partner with them on legislation, but also to underscore the dire need for additional resources, because we are not going to make progress or as much progress as we can on all of these multiple fronts of enforcement and engagement and compliance and culture change with the staff that we have, 13% of whom can't even do their full-time jobs.
Thank you, Chair Chu, Commissioner Chu. Yeah, that's very helpful. I appreciate your feedback, and I appreciate your offer of assistance. The mayor's office has not yet released instructions. We expect that to happen this week, so that we will have a better understanding of what kind of issues are involved in expectations the mayor's office has set for city departments once those are released. And we certainly will be reaching out to the newly elected Board of Supervisors members and inviting an opportunity to meet with them with our annual report, as well as update on what we're doing on the BLA front. So findings and recommendations of the audit, as well as budget needs. So I'm happy to get back to you with more information on that once we've been able to do that.
Great. Yeah, that's going to be critical because that board will be voting on our budget in July, and they'll only have a few short online only months to even understand who we are, what we do, and why we need those positions. Commissioner Bush.
Just two things to include in the report. The controller issued their quarterly report on whistleblower this morning in the course of our meeting. And you might want to go over to the controller's page to see that. And the second thing is that I had a response back from the Department of Elections, and they are moving forward with putting online filings from slate mailer organizations, which will be relevant to our look back at 2020 campaign spending. So that's, I think they say it will be ready by end of February, beginning of March, somewhere in there. Anyway, that will augment the information that we have and will give us a better picture of campaign spending. And I think I wanted to put that in the record so that people could see that publicly. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So are there any further comments I need to ask the moderator to, Commissioner Lee, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have two quick questions to the Executive Director. One is, of those who had access to public financing, how many of them were first-time candidates? Because it would be great to know. The second question is, I noticed on the year-to-date revenue chart, we're about halfway through the fiscal year, but in terms of the revenues that's been collected so far is about 1/4 of the expected amount. So just want to know, is it something of a concern to you? Is it going to impact the bottom line fiscal picture later?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Lee. I'll start with this last question. It is. I mean, I think part of it might be reflective of where we collectively are in terms of the pandemic and maybe the process having slowed down of people being able to pay. But I think the short answer is I don't know what we attribute it to. So I think this would be helpful to report back in January with a bit more detail as to what we know about why those numbers look like they do. It is certainly the case that at the beginning of every calendar year, we see a big uptick because that's typically when lobbyists register, for example. But I think giving some background on the flow of when we typically see these numbers increase will help us understand and isolate if there are some difficulties we're experiencing in our revenue collection side. Because it's certainly, even though it's $157,000, may not seem like much to many departments, it does affect the bottom line to the extent that we are not projecting a revenue base that we had identified at the outset of the fiscal year. So if you don't mind, we'll report back with more information to the Commission at the January meeting on that. And I'm sorry, could you just repeat your first question?
Regarding the public financing, how many of them were first-time candidates?
Yes, thank you. I think I don't want to misspeak. My sense is I think there were quite a number of first-time candidates, but I don't want to misspeak. But we will have that in the March information as well, because clearly the number of candidates that might have been able to choose to participate when they might not otherwise have will be very helpful to understand. So thank you for your patience on that. Look forward to reporting.
Okay, I want to ask, this is Tyler, right? Presentation. I really would like to see it. Do I have the support of the Commission to keep going? We put this young man off for the last time around, and this is sort of the training that I need to really be able to use the dashboard. So if you all bear with me, I would love to hear his presentation, but anybody have a pressing online Zoom call that they have to do or anything? Are we good to go for another?
No, I concur. I would love to see Tyler's, Mr. Field's presentation. I think I'm very much looking forward to it, and I'm so glad that I didn't miss it.
Okay, all right. So at least two of us are going to hang around. and see it. But please, Tyler, if you can proceed.
So thank you, commissioners. And I'm afraid my presentation might not be exactly what you're anticipating, but I would be happy to come back and make another presentation if this isn't excuse me, if this doesn't turn out to be what you're anticipating. What I'm here today to demonstrate is a web application that was developed by the city's open data portal vendor, which uses campaign finance data from the commission. This application is particularly interesting and nerdily exciting because it was developed by a third party. The EDDA division, Electronic Disclosure and Data Analysis division, has done a lot of behind the scenes work that has made it possible for outside parties such as the city's open data portal vendor named, confusingly right now, Tyler Tech. We've done a lot of work to make it possible for outside parties like Tyler Tech to use the commission's data and to create applications like this and other visualizations. And hopefully these types of third-party applications will become more common as our work continues. I mentioned earlier, this is one of the data resources that the Ethics Commission makes available. If you all are interested in a more comprehensive view of Commission data resources, and it sounds like in particular, perhaps the dashboards, that's something that I'd be happy to come back at a future meeting and present. But let me switch over to screen sharing and show you share. There we go. This particular application that I'm demonstrating today is available on the city's open data portal, data.sf.org/campaign_finance. And it shows data from this past November's election, specifically contributions to primarily formed candidate and ballot measure committees. It's designed by Tyler Tech to be very approachable and immediately understandable to general public. So you start here by searching for a candidate or by name or the office that they're running for. In the interest of time, I will just highlight one contest that recently occurred, Board of Supervisors District 3. So I searched for the candidates. Well, I searched by the contest name, but you can search by candidate. They pop up, and then this dashboard over here shows a geographic representation of where the candidates received their contributions. Over here on the right is a list of top contributors to those candidates' committees. Because San Francisco has a campaign finance limits, it's not very exciting to see top contributors to a candidate contest, but in this case, the candidate himself seems to have contributed money, which is why it overshadows all the others. And then down here, it shows a contribution timeline. This is just a simple way for the general public to get into campaign finance research. I will clear these candidates and demonstrate also how a ballot measure committee also shows up. These two committees were supporting and opposing Measure F in this most recent election, and you can see here most of all of their contributions seem to have come from within California, and you can see a listing of their top contributors to each candidate. Hopefully, this is a tool that will enable members of the public to become interested in and further research campaign finance. Just a couple things I want to highlight quickly. There are a lot of background steps that make this particular implementation possible. I'm just going to mention that and not go into detail on that, the technical details. And it's because of all the work that the EDDA division has been doing that the team from Tyler Tech was able to intake this data from the commission and implement this outside development, or this app that was developed independent of our data. They in fact gave us a gold star, figuratively, saying this was the fastest implementation of this product that they've done. It was very smooth and happy and quick. We rolled out from start to finish, I believe, in 2 or 3 weeks, which is unheard of in a technology project. And I look forward to bringing more examples of outside work, work done by outside parties, to your attention in the future. We're doing a lot of work kind of behind the scenes in the background that will enable third parties to access and implement and develop apps like this, hopefully, in the future. And with that, that concludes the demonstration today, but it sounds like I will perhaps be back to present more later.
Chair Ambrose, you were muted.
Yes, I do hope we can get you back for these tutorials. I mean, to me, I'm a visual learner. Apparently, I really need to see somebody else and where they click. But what a great tool. I mean, it's definitely something that I want to play around with, maybe later with like a glass of wine, so I can forgive myself for my technological failures. But I'll come back to you with questions next time about how to get the most out of it. Anyway, any other commissioners? Because if not, I want to ask, actually, can we have him call for public comment, and while we're waiting in that 90-second break, then I can ask for further questions. Is that okay? Because I was waiting for the moderator to go ahead then. If you can make an announcement for public comment.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 9, discussion of Executive Director's report, an update of various programmatic and operational highlights of Ethics Commission staff activities since the Commission's previous meeting. If you have not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining.
You're waiting your 90 seconds.
Yes.
And in that regard, I'm going to ask, I guess it's Commissioner Chu, you had your hand up, or was it Commissioner Lee?
It was, my hand was up, yes.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Ambrose. Mr. Field, thank you very much for that presentation. And it's a beautiful thing to see all this data so readily accessible at our fingertips. So I had a couple questions for you. One, I know this is an historical look back at the funds that were raised in the November election, but in the upcoming election on a real-time basis, how often is that data updated? So if we are in the heat of an election, how current would the information be if a journalist or other concerned citizen were to go into the tool to look and find out how much has candidate A raised and from whom? So that's my first question. And then my second question is, we have this great database and tool to visualize all that information, and that would be only used so much as like people know about it. So are we keeping track of visits to the site? Like, do we have visibility into that? And have we seen an uptick in utilization over time? And then the third question would be, if it's static, what is there a push strategy, right? Because, we need to pull users to the site, but I think this is a really powerful tool, and this may be a question for your colleague, Rachel Gage, but then how do we push this out so that more people know about it and can avail themselves of this, of this really important information and made accessible by this fantastic third-party tool?
Thank you, Commissioners. Those are all excellent questions. Regard to the first question, how frequently is this updated? Or I guess it's kind of a two-part question inadvertently. How frequently is it updated, and how timely is the data? For a lot of campaign finance reporting regulations, the data is it depends on what type of committee it is you're interested in looking at, how long it's been since the past or the most recent filing deadline. But all that is suffice to say, during the 90 days before an election, we are updating all of the data that is available to the commission is updated nightly. So the members of the public can be assured that the data that they're seeing is most recent as of the latest midnight the night before.
Oh, and then would that be visible to them on the screen to say that this is up to refresh daily as of midnight the day before? And so if a 460 were due and it should have been filed, and if it's not there, then they would have some reasonable degree of certainty that it hadn't been filed yet, or that the information there would be on the most current.
Just in the interest of time, I will say most or on the main dashboard site that we push out, it does say when the last update occurred, but there are some intricacies of whether a filer missed the last deadline, what information shows up or not, and those are good points that I can take into account and try to work out an exact line
This
of
is very close to my data, like my nerdy data loving heart. So maybe I can follow up with you offline and we can have a deeper conversation about it.
Sure. I believe your second question was, do we have analytics on the site? We do have some insight into the analytics, or we do have some analytics on the site, but I will say our team has not really been tracking them very closely. It's just not something we've had the attention span for recently, but obviously that is an important thing to know, and we can look into that and get back to you. And then your third question was how are we pushing out this information? That's actually part of what I'll be working on in the next coming fiscal year, is developing a plan and starting to implement a plan to reach out and find people who will be members of the public, researchers, journalists, interested, nerdy people who might want to use some of the tools that we're providing, reach out to them and enable them to be able to use these tools and make sure that they're able to get the information that they're interested in.
Great. Thank you for that. I want to jump back to Ronald, just in the off chance that we do have a speaker in the queue. Don't want them to fall off.
No worries. No, Chair Ambrose, there are no callers in the queue.
Okay, then I'm going to close public comment on agenda item number 9. Were there any further questions for Mr. Field or Director Pelham before I call agenda item number 10? We good? Okay, then agenda item number 10 is pretty sure it's discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. If any member of the public intend to offer public comment for this item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. Do any of my fellow commissioners wish to identify any matters for future meetings? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the moderator to read the notice for public comment on agenda item number 10.
Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 10, discussion and possible action on items for future meetings. If you've not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by.
While we're standing by, I do want to wish everyone a happy holiday season and most particularly a joyous new year. I hope 2021 brings us all of our wishes and the ability to get back and see each other in person. So I'm sure we all extend those to each other and to the city, the world. So thank you for participating in our 2020 experiment in trials and tribulations. Moderator, are there any
Madam Chair,
comments?
there are no callers in the queue.
All right, then I'm going to close public comment on agenda item 10 and ask you to read the notice for agenda item 11, which is additional opportunity for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to the Ethics Commission bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. You could read that notice to folks. Yes, I'm supposed to say, if any member of the public intend to offer public comment for this item, they should dial in now and enter *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You're muted, Ronald. I know, we're all
I know. Yeah.
we're tired.
Just over, just chatty Kenny or chatty Kathy, however you want to put it.
Yeah.
Okay, Madam Chair, we are checking to see if there are any callers in the queue. For those already on hold, please continue to wait until the system indicates you have been unmuted. If you've just joined this meeting, we are currently on the public discussion on the motion of agenda item number 11, additional opportunity for public comment on matters appearing or not appearing on the agenda pursuant to Ethics Commission bylaws, Article 7, Section 2. If not already done so, please press *3 to be added to the public comment queue. You will have 3 minutes to provide your public comment, 6 minutes if you're online with an interpreter. You will hear a bell go off when you have 30 seconds remaining. Please stand by.
Okay.
Also, as a reminder to our public, to anybody who might be out there listening, public comment may also be submitted in writing and will be shared with the Commission after this meeting has concluded and will be included as part of the official meeting file. Written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Once again, written comments should be sent to ethics.commission@sfgov.org. Madam Chair, we have no callers in the queue.
All right, then I'm going to close public comment on agenda item 11, and I'm going to call agenda item 12, which is an adjournment. Commissioner, do we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
That would be a first, and Commissioner Smith, I think you mouthed the second there. So we need to call the roll. If you could do the honors, moderator.
A motion has been made and seconded to adjourn the meeting. I will now call the roll. Commissioner Bush.
See, we're not in the meeting. I think Commissioner Bush might have dozed off. Commissioner Bush, we're asking you to go turn your mic on. For motion on adjournment,
Yes.
Commissioner Chu.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lee.
And happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you.
Indeed.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Chair Ambrose.
Yes.
With 5 votes in the affirmative and 0 votes opposed, the motion is approved unanimously.
All right, the motion to adjourn carries, and that concludes the December 14th meeting. We'll see you all back here on January the 8th. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Be safe.
Every single one of you.
Wash your hands, right? Take care.
And keep like